From Castle Rexworth and the Rexworth Estates, I bid you good morning, good afternoon, good evening, whatever you are, and whenever you are. My name is Rexworth, Lord Rexworth. I welcome you to our Saturday night stream. Going to be doing some more reacting. We'll hold out hope that I might possibly play a game, but we might be hoping against hope on that one because there's still a lot of tabs to get through. But anyways, welcome in everybody. Anglo, thank you for checking in over on Kick. Twitch chat, welcome in. Everyone on YouTube, welcome in as well. Baleran, hello, hello. Good to see you, good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're all having a lovely weekend. Do remember to follow me across all platforms. You can find links to everything at lordrexworth.com. That is lordrexworth.com. You can also find, among other things, links to my X account. You just find me there at Lord Rexworth, all one word. Let's see, you can also find a link to the Castle Rexworth Discord. Hang out with me and the rest of the nobles whenever I'm not streaming. It's all right there at lordrexworth.com. That is lordrexworth.com. Right, sorry to keep everybody waiting. Let's go ahead and get into it. Let us do the news. And of course we would be remiss if we did not start with the big breaking news that's happening right now. Providence, Rhode Island, Brown University, rather prestigious university in America. Police and rescue crews on the scene. They're calling it a mass shooting. Got 20 people injured. I believe about 2 people are dead so far. At one point they were saying someone was in custody, but at last report, still at large. Let me refresh this and see if there's anything new. Almost 4 hours after the Brown University shooting, students in nearby buildings still locked down. Authorities seem to have no idea where the shooter is and if there's still a threat to campus. And of course, the president has been briefed on what happened.
Briefed on the Brown University situation, what a terrible thing it is. All we can do right now is pray for the victims and for those that were very badly hurt, it looks like. And we'll reformulate as to what's happening, but it's a shame. It's a shame.
Let's see. Providence Mayor Brett Smiley photographed early in the year with his life partner during Pride Month. Gina Milan tweeting, "Now you know why the Brown University shooting press conference was a total shit show." Also got photos, people sending in that they have barricaded the doors to some of their classrooms. But officials confirming 2 people are dead, 8 people in critical condition. And the shelter in place is still in effect. Police still on the hunt for the shooter or shooters. Kaguya's top gal tweeting out the media with the Brown University shooting that just happened. Please be white and male. Please be white and male. Please be white and male. So that's really all we have right now. I wish we had more, but unfortunately that's it. That's all any of us know right now. That's all they're telling the public at the moment. Oh yeah, and worth noting, Brown University has a policy firearms strictly prohibited. It's a gun-free zone. I guess the shooter didn't get the memo on that. And yeah, before any of these shitlibs start talking about it, no, we're not going to get mass gun confiscation from this. No, it's not the guns. All of you can shut the fuck up, and you can go fuck yourselves. So that's the big lead story for tonight, this weekend. And now let's turn to another American matter. This from a Card Daily. I wanted to get to this yesterday, but I figured one Sargon video per stream is probably enough. The Somalian community has been, they've been busted in Minnesota. It's been discovered that they're just, in large part, a gang of thieves and liars and leeches and parasites. Let's take a look here.
I love watching Trump's war with the Somalian community in America because in many ways they're both kind of the same. They are thymotically driven. They want other people to see them. They want other people to respect them, to venerate them, think well of them. And they are not above being quite...
That is possible with President Trump. I don't know if that's possible with the Somalian community.
braggadocious, which is a remarkable thing when you're trying to pull a massive grift. Because it means when you are succeeding in the grift, you brag about it. You brag about how great you're doing, which undermines the grift in public. Not that obviously that's not what Trump's done, but like Trump being a property mogul is part of his big thymotic personality. He wants people to be like, oh, look at that giant Trump tower, it's, reflecting in gold and stuff like that. It's the kind of person that Trump is. And the Somalian community, from what I see of them, just seem to have that kind of personality trait. And so it's interesting watching them go at each other, especially as the Somalis just have not helped their case at all. So apparently...
They really can't help themselves. And as he noted, they brag about their grift. It's really arrogance, isn't it? To think that they can just get away with it and that they should be so arrogant they think they should just be allowed to get away with it. And yet, they're not really, because people are finding out. They're finding out what terrible people so many of them really are, and what a net negative they have turned out to be for the United States and for most other places that they go.
They're holding rallies in Somalia to protest Trump and support Ilhan Omar, which speaks a lot to the integration. I'd play you.
Yeah. They'll support someone who married their brother to try and get a US visa, citizenship, or what the fuck ever, because she's one of their own. Donald Trump, not part of the tribe. So they'll protest him. That's what it all devolves down into, is tribalism.
Some of it, but of course it's gibberish. I can't understand a word. And so you've got this, Minnesota just wouldn't be able to survive or thrive without Somali community here.
Yeah, that's a load of bullshit. Minnesota was just fine without all the Somalians before. Pretty sure they'll be alright after all the Somalians are gone.
Says Minnesota State Senator Zainab Mohammed, who is, of course, born in Somalia, and somehow she's able to gain elected office in America. And so you've got Lauren here pointing out, well, look, if either Somalia is a place you need refuge from, or it's incredible, and Trump is wrong to say that Somalia isn't brilliant. It's like, okay, yeah, well, pick which one you want.
This is our garbage, as Piggy Trump said it. Awful, right? I mean, you can make any sort of tourist area look fantastic, but that's the tourist area. That's not the real Somalia. Somalia itself, by and large, it's a shithole. And yeah, you don't get to come over as refugees seeking asylum from Somalia and then turn around and say, oh yeah, actually Somalia is amazing. Well, if it's so fucking amazing, you can go back. As a matter of fact, I don't give a shit if it's amazing or not. You have to go back. It's really that simple.
But at the end of the day, you're going to have to commit to it. And if it is that Somalians are making Minnesota thrive, and actually Somalia is great, and that's why the Somalians, out of the goodness of their hearts, have just come over to help America build its own country, because Americans can't build a country, you see. And so the Somalians are like, listen, we have got the world's highest GDP per capita, we have got thriving industry, we have got just the best of everything. You should see our sewer systems, you should see how clean our streets are.
What sewer systems? I'm fairly certain they don't have any. Or if they do, they don't work very well.
It's incredible. Safest place on earth. And therefore, we are going to look at you poor benighted Americans and come over and help you out. Because we're just... God, we're so fucking charitable. Just, we're such good people, the Somalians. They're so good. And they're going to go over and they're going to help you out. And that's what they've done. And that's what Somalian President Hassan Sheikh Mohammed has said here. He's basically like, look, stop being narrow.
These people honestly believe that they can just lie like this, claim their country is prosperous, advancing, thriving, but at the same time lob millions of, or however many people, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, God knows how many, just lob masses of people towards Western industrialized countries. But yet they still claim, yeah, we're prosperous, we're advancing, we're a thriving country. It doesn't work that way. If you're truly prosperous, advancing and thriving, you wouldn't have people trying to claim refugee status.
Reminded, Somalia is a prosperous, advancing, thriving country, and we're just moving to everyone else's countries to help them be more like us, to help them thrive.
They honestly think if they just lie and gaslight like this long enough, that people will somehow buy into it. And no, it doesn't work that way. These people are not intelligent enough to pull off a grift like that. They're not smart enough to pull off a con game like that. They think they're clever. They're really not that clever.
Them prosper because they just can't do it without the Somalians. If there's one thing that people are glad to hear, is that, oh, some Somali immigrants have arrived. Oh, thank God. Here we were languishing, labouring in the dirt, poor as you could imagine, until some Somalians have arrived to distribute gold to everyone. They're just handing out money. They're like, no, you silly, silly people. This is how you build a thriving and prosperous society. Everyone looks to Somalia for advice on that. So I looked up. I thought it was 260,000, right? Because I saw some numbers. I was like, okay. And so I looked it up. And I thought, that can't be right. So I double checked. And it's not. I thought it was 260,000 Somalians who are in Minnesota. But it's not. It's only 80,000, nearly 80,000 live in Minnesota.
80,000 people, and there's some of the worst problem children you can imagine.
I thought, okay, that's not that many, actually. Right? The Somali community is actually only about 16% of Minnesota. So it's like, okay, it's not the majority. Why are we hearing so much about the Somalian community? Why are they so dominant in Minnesotan politics? I mean, we did see that they didn't elect the Mars Attacks guy. They elected Jacob Frey, a white Democrat. So it was 58% of the whites voted for Jacob Frey. The Somali vote wasn't that impactful. So why are we hearing so much about them? It's really weird. Anyway, I saw this.
Because I'm sure a lot of very powerful people want them to be granted citizenship via amnesty and full voting rights, so that they can basically edge out the white community there in Minnesota and create a powerful underclass as well as a powerful voting bloc to ensure another stronghold for Democrats.
Yes, Somali Minnesotans generate at least 500 million on income annually and pay about 67 million on state and local taxes.
I'm going to press X to doubt on that.
That sounds terrible. What? And now, I'm no mathematician, so I whipped up my calculator. And I'm sure I've got these numbers right. So 1, 2, 3 zeros, 1, 2, 3 zeros, 1, 2 zeros. So 500 million divided by 80,000 is 6,250 a year. per Somalian. That's the most impoverished community in the country, isn't it?
Yeah. Right. 6250 is 6250.
Like, that's insanely poor. I mean, I don't know what has happened. You know, the Somalians in Somalia, obviously, I'm not even going to look it up. I'm just going to guess they're earning around 50 to 100k a year average, right? Somewhere, let's say 75k a year average, like Liechtenstein or something. Obviously, Somalia is going to be like that. Why is it they become so poor when they come to America? That's crazy, isn't it? And obviously that means that they're contributing bugger all taxes. In fact, let's quickly calculate that. 67,123 divided by 80,000 is $800.
Yeah, that's it.
Each Somalian every year pays $800 in taxes.
But these numbers don't sell papers. These numbers don't grab eyeballs. So instead you see things like 500 million and 67 million.
I mean, I wish I only paid $800 in taxes, but I'd like to earn more than 6.2 grand a year.
You and me both.
So what are you going to do? So anyway, that's weird. I don't know. I mean, it must be systemic racism. Duh. Obviously. What else would it be?
Yeah,
Somalia,
sure.
thriving, 75k
Whatever.
a year. When they come to America, oppressed.
Say that number again. $67 million in state and local taxes. $500 million in income. From a community of approximately 80,000 people. When you do the maths, it's really not that much per person.
Elected the government and the Senate. Anyway, people pointed out, well, hang on a second.
Oh, wait, I forgot. 7 million.
But they send $1.7 billion a year back to Somalia. How do they do that if they only make 500 million? And the cogs started to turn in people's heads.
Oh, okay. Only generating $500 million in income, and yet somehow they're able to remit $1.7 billion back to Somalia. Probably doing some work under the table. Mooching benefits off the state. Yeah, there's a big grift going on here. Fucking hell, it took you long enough. Sorry. No, you stop that. No, 6, 7.
Wait a minute. These numbers aren't adding up. But what I love about this is that's
The
more than
maths
the
start
Somali
mathing.
government's budget for the year. So it's a small government state as well.
Yeah, pretty much.
Like, it does sound, sounds like paradise. You're on 75k a year. The government budget is less than 1.7 billion. Can you fucking imagine? Like, Somalia sounds like a paradise. And so you've really got to thank the Somalians for genuinely coming over here to basically become indentured servants. You know, making $6,000 a year when they could be living the high life at home, because they're such missionaries. They're just here to make our lives better.
Missionaries,
Now,
sure.
evil people like Stephen Miller will tell you that actually they've uncovered the largest theft of taxpayer dollars in US history in what is a massive Somalian fraud ring. Now, I mean, obviously, I don't believe that. I believe the Somali president and all the Somali elected officials in America and everyone else who's just like, well, obviously, Somalia is a beautiful gold mine. It's like the California of Africa. It's incredible. And everyone there earns huge amounts of money, and there's such great human capital.
I mean, if you call yourself the California of Africa, that's not exactly a high compliment. Have you been to California recently? Have you seen the news coming out of California recently? I don't think you want to call yourself the California of Africa. It's almost like calling yourself I don't know, the Cleveland of South America, or you know, the Birmingham of Oceania, or whatever.
It's all there. And for some reason, Stephen Miller is falsely accusing them of having stolen more than $1 billion in public funds. Well, if we go back to our calculations here, yeah, it must be about 1.2 billion to make up the 1.7 billion. In fact, it's got to be more, really, isn't it? They've got to live off something. It would have to be, I mean, over 1.2 billion worth of fraud. And I'm actually quite looking forward to finding this out. Apparently, they've stolen this more than $1 billion in public funds from programs meant to feed children, assist the homeless, and provide autism therapy. Well, I mean, I think that's...
Yeah, apparently autism is running rampant within the Somalian community. I find it difficult to believe that many Somalian children have autism. I could believe that a lot of them are inbred. Yes, I can absolutely believe that. Because that particular part of the world, and, throughout Africa and the Middle East, especially certain parts of the Middle East, yeah, there's an inbreeding problem going on. It's what happens when you remain a tribalistic, sort of Bedouin savage-like people for so long that you're so paranoid you don't really trust anyone else, and you just have cousins and half-brothers and half-sisters marrying each other and making babies with each other, and then, oh, look at that. Before long, you've got inbred children, and you've got children that are absolute stark raving lunatics. And then you've also got neurotic behavior that becomes genetic in nature, because that's what happens when you inbreed long enough, is that eventually your descendants start becoming neurotic, and then eventually they just turn into complete psychopaths. It's why every so often royal families had to introduce commoners into their gene pools, because everybody was marrying each other's cousin for so long that every few generations they would produce an heir that was a stark raving lunatic. So yeah, that's a problem, and it's a problem they don't really like to talk about because it's a bit embarrassing, and yeah, it's kind of savage behavior. Let's just be fucking real.
Hell of an allegation. Hell of an allegation. And from what I know of the Somalian people, I wouldn't countenance it. Absolutely atrocious. The problem is, there are now some whistleblowers who are coming out and being like, yeah, let's watch this Fox News clip.
Well, now investigators are tracking the web of fraud to other Minnesota Democrats, such as Congresswoman Ilhan Omar.
Oh.
Many of the suspects linked to the scheme live in her
Well,
district,
imagine my
including
shock.
a restaurant owner who hosted events for her. He has since been convicted of stealing $12 million in COVID funds.
Bloody hell!
Gosh.
$12 million. I mean, total allegations.
The restaurant business can be good, but it's not that good.
Total allegations. What's really interesting is that a lot of people are saying, well, hang on a second. When she took office in 2019, it was with a minus $45,000 net worth, because she had been so kind and considerate that she'd come over to America, given all of her money away, and worked to put herself in debt to do so much charity. But somehow, after 6 years in Congress, she's now worth somewhere between $6 and $30 million. Because her husband's
done well for
winery got
herself.
revalued from 50 to 50k to $1 to $5 million, despite just having such a... And I looked all this up. It's correct. This appears to be the case. Somehow she's just become insanely rich. It's like, wow, these Somalians just work so hard.
Broke to
Ignore Stephen
baller
Miller's
overnight.
accusations,
Follow the money.
baseless, racist accusations. They just work really, really hard. And so
Yeah,
this
sure
is why
they do.
Somali Main State Rep...
I mean, honestly, do these look like the people who work hard? These do not look like people who know what hard work means.
I can't pronounce that. Deka Dalak announces her number one goal in office is to surge taxpayer money from America to Somalia. Surely she didn't say that.
Policies, how can the politics in Somalia can be, resonate what we have here in the United States, the democracy that we have. How can you help us, be a better country and build back what we used to have back in long time ago? So hopefully we will be able to help our country, our former country, Somalia, and policies.
They're just...
That just sounded like a lot of babbling. I wasn't hearing coherent sentences being formed. But somewhere in the midst of that is... Yes, they want to continue grifting, they want to continue leeching off of America, and sending that money back to Somalia. We really should ban them from holding office. We really should. Actually, I'll do you one even better. Denaturalize the ones that are here, and they all have to go back to Somalia. They all have to go back.
So bad at this. I thought Somalia was a paradise full of insanely wealthy people who are just coming over here to help us build our benighted countries. And she's like, oh yeah, no, actually our country sucks. But at some point in the distant past, Somalia was great. I'm sure that's correct.
I'm going to press
and so to help
down.
our country, I mean our former country, fellow Americans.
What we used to have, implying when your nation was communist or when it was being run by Mussolini. Take your pick. True.
Americans, come on, the grift is so transparent. It's so goddamn transparent. Anyway, so apparently the Minnesota Mayor Carter, says the anxiety level is high after President Trump announced he is planning to send immigration officers into the city to target Somali migrants. Well, okay. What's it doing impacting
Good.
their earnings?
They should be afraid. They should be very afraid.
And of course, Mayor Jacob Frey stood with the Somali community. As you can see, this is powerful, says Democratic Wins Media. Well, I look forward to having my hair blown back.
What you see is a visual representation of we have your back, and when you come for one of us, you come for all of us.
Okay. We'll send you back to Somalia as well.
We
See how
reject
you
the
like
hateful rhetoric of Donald Trump, but I don't want to focus on him. I want to focus on who we are as a people in Minneapolis. We are a people of 1,000 different backgrounds. We are a people where our Somali Americans have come to Minneapolis, in many cases, decades ago. And I said Somali Americans very intentionally. They are Americans.
Yes, right.
No, they're not.
I mean,
they've never been Americans. They never will be Americans. Because they're nothing like Americans. They have nothing in common with Americans. Absolutely nothing in common. They will never be Americans.
the way that he has to tell them that, because they keep saying, we are Somalis. And he's like, no, you're Americans. They're like, no, we are Somalis.
Yeah, no, you ask them, they'll tell you that they are Somalians first. And Americans last, if anything at all.
So, okay. But what I love about this is he's kind of left holding the bag, right? He's decided, right, no, I mean, in Minneapolis, there's probably a greater concentration of Somalis. So to be the mayor of Minneapolis, yeah, okay, you've got to pander to this community, doubtless. But what I find really funny is, like I said, he's going to be holding the bag on.
Guys, let's not be hateful. No to racism. We Somalis are heckin' wholesome. Now let me tell you about those fucking Ethiopian subhumans. Oh, jeez. Oh, my.
You can see he's eating the ethnic slop, and people are pointing out, yep, he's
not having a good time. They are staring at him like, you will eat this, you will like it, you will say, thank you, sir, may I have another, or we'll slit your goddamn throat. And meanwhile, he's just like, okay, this is what I have to do to get re-elected. Okay. And he's just, with each bite, he's like, I am in absolute hell.
spending a lot of time chewing that. He's spending a lot of time playing with the bowl to
Make it
Make
look
it
like
look
he's
like he's
eating, but
interacting
he's
with the
not
thing,
really
presumably
eating.
to eat as little.
That face. That face. He takes one bite and he's like, Christ, I've made a horrible mistake. You would feel bad for him, almost. Almost. You'd almost feel bad for him. You know, if you weren't so sure, it's just, yeah. Bro gets what he fucking deserves at this point. I have to eat mud pies so my hard drive doesn't get leaked by the FBI. Yeah, something like that. Wouldn't surprise me.
Of it as possible, because I mean, it's not like it looks very appealing, and
No,
it doesn't
looks
look like he's enjoying.
It looks like slop, and it looks like the sort of thing that you would eat with your hands like a savage. Which, I'm sorry, if you eat with your hands like that, unless it's pizza, or a sandwich, or, you know, a hot dog or something like that, yeah, no, it's savagery. You don't eat with your hands. Use a fucking knife and a fork, or use chopsticks, or whatever's appropriate for the food. But we use utensils because we're civilized human beings. You eat with your hands. You're not owning the chuds. You're not standing up to imperialism or decolonizing dinner. You're just getting your hands dirty. And you're behaving like a fucking savage. Yeah, that's it. It's really that simple.
It. It's very difficult to fake actually looking like you're enjoying food. It's so funny. It's so funny. Oh, he's like, yeah, this is great. I don't dare swallow it. I'm just going to continue pushing this nondescript bowl of beans and whatever else around because it's just so good. Okay, well, this is your life, bro. This is the life you chose. This is the community that you are supporting, and I'm sure that everything you say about them will turn out to be true. Now, it is weird that Ilhan Omar's got so many clips that just keep surfacing of her saying stuff like, Ethiopia and Kenya stole our land. Well, hang on.
She thought this would never see the light of day, but the internet is forever.
Mayor Frey just told me you were an American. What land have Ethiopia and Kenya stolen from America? Oh, that's right, they haven't, because you don't consider yourself to be an American. We must work together to liberate our occupied territories. Somalia is for Somalis only. Right, so in America, they're very progressive. Yes, we're very multicultural. In Somalia, they are blood and soil ethnats, and they will not countenance
blood and soil for me, but not for thee.
Ethiopia or Kenya stealing their land. Okay, fair enough. I mean, you can hardly criticize, right? But you can see that they're getting afraid. You can see that they can see the wheels are moving, the cogs are turning, things are happening. They went out of their way.
Oh, now they're using the creepy terminology. Oh, it's so creepy how he demonizes Somali Minnesotans. That's so creepy, everybody. Don't you see how creepy it is? It's so creepy. That did not work before. With the presidential campaign, it's not going to fucking work now. People aren't buying that anymore.
To sort of parade what they were doing to their fellow countrymen, and actually that was all in public. Everyone can see it. And so Ilhan Omar keeps tweeting stuff like this and posting articles like this. Trump's obsession with demonizing Somali Minnesotans is creepy. We are not leaving, and we will not stop fighting for a country that welcomes all of us. Again, super progressive when she's talking about America. Utterly exclusive when she's talking about Somalia, the country that is the real place in her heart that she thinks of. And so you can tell they're like, oh no, kind of Wile E. Coyoteing it out on, running out past the ledge, and they're just waiting for gravity to take hold and pull them back down to earth.
Let's hope that happens sooner rather than later. Right. I'm going to post that in chat for everyone. And it looks like we got kicked offline. Alright, there we go. Sorry about that, chat. Something happened to the stream, we had a glitch, everything got kicked offline, but we're back. Did the CPR work? Gosh, I hope so. It does look like we're back online on Twitch, Kick, and looks like we're still going. Let me check YouTube here, see how we're... Yeah, we're looking good. Okay. Sorry about that, chat. It happens sometimes. Can't be helped. Internet gets a little bit spotty. Especially when the neighbors want to watch sport of some kind. But yes, those of you who were watching before the stream got interrupted, if you wouldn't mind, please refresh your browser or refresh on the app. That way, the view count can be logged accurately. Because right now it's showing 0 across the board. Right. Let's move on. Let's see what else we've got here. Oh yes, here's a good one. This one from Landia. Let's talk of the possibility of a national strike coming to Britain. Let's take a look at that.
What would happen if patriotic people in this country all went on strike at the same time? What would the impact be from that? What kind of...
I mean, if they could actually pull it off, it would be bedlam. It would be chaos, and the ruling elite would be absolutely shitting themselves.
changes could be forced by that sort of action? Well, that's the topic of today's video, and the reason I'm making it is because there is a growing activist organisation that wants to find out the answer. The Great British National Strike, a protest movement headed by a chap called Richard Donaldson, and they want you to down tools next year.
Elections cancelled, citizens jailed for opinions and jokes, anti-government sentiment is censored and shut down, a totalitarian state with surveillance measures, the removal of a fair trial by jury, judges donating to and supporting left-wing organisations. Police forces are only solving 7% of crime nationally, yet police forces are still finding the time to investigate hurty words. Primary school children being indoctrinated in ways I can't say on here, otherwise this video will be taken down. They're allowed to do it, but if I speak about it, I will get in trouble. We have a broken healthcare system, a broken housing system. Illegals are given priority, workers are worse off, benefit recipients are better off. Our own Prime Minister is committing fraud. Our own Chancellor is committing fraud. MPs are being caught with on their phones and then they are let off. However, grandmothers are being jailed for opinions posted on Facebook, and you want to carry on as normal and hope that things will all get better in time. It won't. Come on now. We need to act. We need mass.
You're not going to vote your way out of this.
Non-compliance, we need a national strike. It will only get worse from here. Please, please believe me. I genuinely believe that is what's happening. So please choose now whether to allow this or to stand against it. 1 week, baby. 2nd of February. Let's do this.
Look, I don't know Richard personally. However, I am willing to assume that he is a good faith actor in this space. And that's for two reasons. First of all, his messaging has actually been really consistent for the last year or so. And second of all, he's a veteran, so I'm willing to give him the benefit of the doubt. And in that short video clip, you heard that he wants you, in fact he wants all of us, to join him for a strike next year, February the 2nd to February the 9th. That is a full working week.
That's what's known as a general strike. That's when not necessarily one particular union or a company's employees or something like that goes on strike. That means when you have a general strike, that means everyone, and I mean everyone, in a country, they just stop working. Like the whole economy shuts down for at least a day, or in this case, a week. And without all that activity, a lot of businesses start to feel the pain. The big ones have enough working capital that they can survive for a long time, but it gets people's attention. It really gets people's attention. Thing that concerns me, though, British government will probably take the same approach as the Canadian government with the trucker protest, and they are more than likely just going to start finding the shepherds, the leaders of the group, and just putting them in jail. And anyone else that they can trace to this sort of movement, they'll debank them. Those are the big tactics that you can expect to see against people trying to organize a general strike in Britain. You'll be jailed, you'll be debanked, possibly subjected to fines, possibly subjected to police surveillance and harassment. They're going to try and put a scare in these people and get them to back down. And they are going to have to have backbones of just absolute titanium. Because this is a system that is quite used to getting its way. And when it doesn't get its way, it starts to hurt people in unimaginable ways and act completely psychotic about it. To the point where it becomes evident they really do not care about the people that they govern. We're not dealing with mentally sound people. We are dealing... A lot of them are sociopaths and psychopaths who will do anything to cling to power.
And keen-eyed viewers amongst you, who've been watching this channel for some time, will realise that this is actually the second video I've made about Richard Donaldson and the Great British National Strike Project. Because I made a video about 7, maybe 8 months ago, in which I was actually quite critical. I said that I wasn't 100% sure that this was really going to achieve anything. Why was I critical? Well, I was critical because they had organised one strike day, and it was on a Saturday, which I felt, largely was quite pointless. Now, that went ahead and people did come out to protest, but how much impact is that really going to have? And does that really count as a strike?
It was a
I would say
testing
probably
ground.
not. But this is...
It was a test to see if they could actually pull anything off before they really try to pull off the big one. It was a test run. The big one will be a week of general strikes.
Something completely different, isn't it? This is a full working week. It's a much bigger ask from you, but potentially with a much bigger impact. So will this actually work? By which I mean to say, will this actually achieve anything? And you could be forgiven for being quite demoralised about the prospect of protests in this country, because we've had protests, haven't we? We've had big protests. It was only, what, 6 or 7 weeks ago now that we had the Unite the Kingdom rally in London, in which at least 500,000 people showed up to voice their anger in the centre of London. And what did it achieve? Absolutely nothing, as far as I can tell.
Yeah,
at the same time, factor in all of the individual protests outside of migrant hotels, which have also, unfortunately, achieved basically nothing.
Fuck all.
Because it doesn't seem to matter how angry citizens in this country get, the politicians will simply ignore you.
Yeah, they will ignore you, they will call you racist, they will call you far right. And if you continue to make noise and annoy them, they will have you arrested and put in jail. They will have you harassed and quote-unquote investigated by police. They will basically commit death by 1,000 cuts to you because they have the time, they have the money, they have the resources, they have the power to do that. If they could get away with killing you, they would do it by now. But that would be a bit too messy, and that would put too much heat and the spotlight on them, so they don't do that. For now.
Then they will go back into work, hide behind their armed security, put their fingers in their ears and simply not listen. So yes, you could be forgiven for being demoralised, but there are some more positive signs coming out of the continent. Coming out of the European continent, that is. Because
you have to do whatever you can. Whatever it takes to throw a spanner in the works. That's what you have to do. It doesn't have to be this big, grandiose display. It can just be small things that build up over time. It worked for a lot of countries in the Soviet Union. It all just built up over time until the whole thing collapsed. But it can be done.
A couple of days ago, the entire Bulgarian government actually resigned because there were protests taking place in Sofia, the capital, that were just going on for days and days and days. Non-compliance, right? People were just there day after day after day, and eventually the Bulgarian government caved and said, fine, we quit. And this comes about a year after the Serbian Prime Minister had to do something similar, responding to a similar set of circumstances. So maybe there is something to this idea of actually blocking out a week and saying, actually, for this whole week, we're going to disobey. Maybe that is the golden ticket to getting the Labour Party out. Not saying, well, you know, every 5 or 6 months we're going to spend 3 or 4 hours in London. No, that's not sufficient. They know that they can just ride that out. But what happens when people start doing this routinely for days and days at a time? Maybe that is the solution. However, Bulgaria and Serbia both have something that we here in Britain do not. They have an ethnically homogenous population.
They also have younger populations too, from what I understand. Meanwhile, the native population in Britain is graying. It's getting older.
In Serbia, it's just Serbs, and in Bulgaria, it's just Bulgarians. Now, for the people who are going to nitpick in the comments, yes, there are very tiny populations of Roma Gypsies in both countries, and there are some Russians in Serbia, but by and large, it is ethnically and culturally homogenous. And so the state in both of those countries cannot divide people against each other within the country. It simply won't work because they're the same people. I mean, they can try based on class lines, but it's simply not going to be as effective. That is a strength that the citizens in Serbia and Bulgaria have, which we do not. And let me tell you why that's relevant. One of the things that Rich and the guys at the Great British National Strike would like to see is remigration. Is the process of some kind of policies which aim to have people going back to their own ancestral homelands. That way we can ease the burden on the NHS, housing, social care, etc., etc. Fine. But you're not going to be able to unite a significant part of the country towards the cause of remigration, right? They're not going to go and join you on strike if you want remigration because, well, 35% of the population of England and Wales are themselves foreigners, by which I mean first, second or third generation
migrants. They don't have a stake.
So, you know, that would be like the turkeys voting for Christmas. They're not going to join you in that cause. And why do I bring this up? I bring it up to make a broader point, right? For so long now, you've been told this dogma and mantra that diversity is your greatest strength, but it's just fundamentally not true, is it?
No. Diversity is it's just a way of slowly edging out and wiping out white people. That's all it is. In the long run, that's what it's all about, is white genocide.
If you are a citizen, right, versus the state, let's put it that way, and you're both competing in terms of power, the citizens want, you know, some kind of power over their future, the state wants ultimate power over everything. Well, if the citizens are diverse, that's a massive weakness. If they all have different ideas and they're parts of different ethnic groups and they want different things, that's a really big problem because they are never going to be able to unite against the state.
Yeah, they'll fight each other, which the state will use to its advantage to accumulate greater power and to ultimately just oppress the people. It happens every time, without fail. You can have a free but homogeneous society, or you can have a multicultural, authoritarian society. But you can't have a free, multicultural society. Doesn't work that way.
They simply cannot. And so, yeah, diversity is your greatest strength, right? But not really, because that phrase has existed for about 20 or 30 years. But there's a phrase which has existed for a lot longer. Divide and conquer. And tragically, I see that is kind of what's happened to most European countries. Mm-hmm. The citizens have become divided through mass immigration, and therefore they are more readily able to be conquered. Now, that all sounds quite negative, and you could be forgiven for thinking I'm trying to put you off any kind of strike action or suggesting that maybe you shouldn't get involved, but that's not true at all. I say all of that just as a form of expectation management, if you like. It's not going to be the entire country rallying around this cause. It simply isn't.
No.
And yet I do still believe that this could have a massive impact.
Yeah, it doesn't take many people to make an impact. You just have to have enough people to make an impact. Not everyone has to be organized. You just have to organize enough people.
That's for a variety of reasons and in a variety of ways. But let me just give you one that I can think of. If there is a sense of political and economic uncertainty in this country, then investors will be less likely to buy UK government issued bonds. Now, why is that relevant? Why does that matter? Well, because right now the government is borrowing well over £100 billion a year from the bond market, mostly just to spend on welfare and other crap.
Yeah, they're borrowing money to spend it all to fulfill their obligations. And eventually they get to the point where they have to just borrow to service the debt. Most countries in the world are effectively bankrupt. Nobody really has the courage to call it what it is. And also, nobody wants to be the one to formally default. And people especially are afraid of flipping that switch of jubileeing debt. Because typically when you try to do that, or when you can't pay up, that's when other countries, especially your debtor nations, start wanting to declare war. Because they figure if they kill enough people, then they really don't have to worry about paying off that debt. That's how a lot of wars ultimately end up breaking out, is one country, at least in the modern era, one country owes a lot of money to other countries, can't pay up, and so the countries that it does owe money to end up invading. Or those countries are invading as a proxy for globalist financial institutions.
But the point is this: if the bond market...
Most wars are effectively banker wars, and they have been for past few hundred years.
Buyers, the market itself, look at the country and say, hang on a minute, you've got people going on strike, people are downing tools. You know, I'm not sure I really want to buy bonds off this government. It's not looking all that secure to me anymore. Well, then the interest rates will rise, because that is kind of the way that the market decides, actually, yes, this is looking a little bit more risky, but you're offering me a higher rate of interest, so I'll take the bond. Okay. But if that keeps going on and on and on, and the government has to keep refinancing this short-term debt at higher and higher interest rates, then it starts to get even more precarious. Then the bond market looks at it and says, hang on a minute, you're borrowing way more than you can afford. Like, you're going to struggle to pay back the interest on this. And so it starts to look like an even riskier investment. And you end up in a bit of a death spiral where they start saying, well, actually, I don't want 10% interest rates anymore. I want 15 or 20 or 25%. Then the government simply cannot borrow any more money from the bond market. So they only have a couple of choices left. Massive welfare spending reductions, which is what they should have done in the last budget, or massive tax rises, which is what they chose to do. Once you start getting into...
Sometimes they even do both. Cuts in government spending plus tax increases. That's what they mean when they start talking about what's known as austerity.
You know, forcing a Labour government to do welfare spending. Well, the backbenchers who don't understand the bond market, they're going to rebel. The whole thing is just going to fall apart. So yes, I do still think that this could have a real tangible impact on the country and potentially force the Labour government out early. So I'm not here suggesting that this kind of action isn't worthwhile doing in the first place.
It's worthwhile doing, but a day is certainly not long enough. I don't even know at this point if a week is going to be long enough. This may be something that will have to drag on for weeks, possibly months, in order for the government to really feel the pain.
I just want to manage your expectations a little bit. It's not going to be 50 million people flooding out onto the streets. Because even though there probably are 50 million people who are very unhappy in Great Britain, they're not all unhappy for the same reasons, right? So just expectation management. Final thoughts from me. Will enough people actually come out and take part in this strike? I don't know. I have no idea. The only thing I can do to contribute to it, realistically, is to lend my platform and raise awareness that this is taking place, and then individuals themselves will have to decide what they want to do. I do think this kind of thing tends to snowball, right? It starts out small and then it gets bigger and bigger and bigger, and perhaps that was the justification for having the first strike day on a Saturday, so that people are aware of it, know what it is, and they sort of look around and realise other people will join them. But do I think enough people are going to come out, at least on this first striking day, to make a big difference? I don't know. I fundamentally don't know. Possibly, yes, because I do think there are a lot of people in this country who are absolutely petrified for what the future holds, and yeah, I don't really blame them, if I'm completely honest. But will they actually go as far as to doing something about it? We'll see. I don't want to put the prospect down. I hope that people are starting to realise just how dire the situation is. You know, let me put it to you this way. I hear all the time this talk of like, oh, civil war's coming to Britain. Well, maybe
It's still
if
a
people don't
possibility.
come out and strike and take part in this action, maybe some of you will realise that actually that's not as likely as you seem to think it is. There are still people who have too much to lose, way too much to lose. If the vast majority of the country still has way too much to lose by taking 1 week of strike action, then yeah, civil war is a million miles away, right? That's a whole different kettle of fish. I think, and I've said this before in previous videos, that the only way you see some kind of civil war in this country is if enough people are truly hopeless, they've lost their jobs, the economic prospects are dire, and they see basically no future. That's when people become, you know, willing to take more extreme sort of measures. And God forbid we ever actually get there, right? But when it comes to this sort of strike action, I guess we'll see a real reflection of the mood of the country. Like, are people willing to go and do something about their endless complaints? And I don't know. I guess we'll see. I'm not trying to do this down. And in fact, I think me making this video will help raise awareness of the whole issue. But I'm just giving you my honest thoughts. I could sit here and I could tell you what you want to hear, which is that, yeah, this is going to be the big thing that absolutely crushes the government. But it depends on people coming out to actually get involved, to actually take part, to make this work. Not to sit on Twitter and look at it and say, oh, look, yeah, some people actually did go on strike. That's cool. You know, whilst you're still in work or whilst you're still doing whatever you do normally. That isn't going to cut it, right?
Yeah,
you know, it's a call to action, I guess, to everyone. And if you yourself are not willing to take part in this kind of action, you can't really expect that other people will also. It's been a bit weird for me, right? Because I make YouTube videos. So what do I do on that specific day? Do I just stop making YouTube videos? I guess, or for a whole week. I mean, sure. I mean, it's not really a problem for me. The thing is, if it was going well, I'd probably quite like to make videos about what is happening. I mean, if there are people coming out onto the streets to protest every day, I'd probably want to talk about that. But maybe I wouldn't be allowed because that would be breaching the strike terms. I don't know. Look, it's fascinating. I'll definitely be watching out for it. I think it's very, very interesting. If this is the kind of thing that you think could be successful and that you want to see work, then I would say the onus is on you to yourself take part and raise awareness of it, right? Because if you're not willing to do that, if you're not willing to do even the most basic legwork towards making this work, it can't be down to one guy. It can't just be down to Richard Donaldson to rally every patriotic person in this country to action. You know, it requires word of mouth. It requires individuals saying, yes, we'll all do this. We'll get behind this.
And you'll actually have to fucking do it. You can't just talk about it. You can't just tweet about it. You can't just post about it on social media. You have to get out in the streets and do the fucking work. Otherwise, this will all amount to nothing. And it remains to be seen whether or not this will amount to something. If it doesn't, then perhaps, yeah, we need to consider strongly the possibility that there is no hope for Britain, that nothing is going to bring people out.
If people aren't willing to get behind it, then it simply isn't going to work. I think I'm just repeating myself in circles now, so I'll leave it there, but yeah. Thank you very much for watching this video. Please do leave a like, comment and subscribe. By the way, if you're wondering whether or not I bought the exact same jumper as the other one that I often wear, but in a different colour, the answer is yes, I did, because this jumper is fantastic and I highly recommend it. I'm not even going to tell you what it is because people will think that it's some kind of advert, but yeah, it's a great jumper. Just talking crap now, aren't I? Thanks very much. See you in a future video.
Alright, that's good. That's good content. Good content from Landia. Let's see here. Oh. Anglo, I'm gonna get to it. I promised I'd get to it last night. I didn't get to it last night. My apologies. been looking at some old speeches by Jonathan Bowden back when the British Nationalist Party was still in existence. Here's one he gave in Manchester in March of 2009.
I'll give you Mr. Jonathan Bowden.
Well, thanks very much. We got a bit lost earlier, but it was my fault. That's why, but from the other end of the country, one Market Street rather looks like another one. So I'd like, but I know that they wouldn't have a meeting in the centre of Red Manchester, right in the centre, you know, near the gay village and near the city hall and that sort of thing. Now,
Brave souls.
I think this is about the 5th time I've spoken in Manchester. Now, enormous amount has been going on. The release of the membership list surreptitiously at the end of last year. Churches denouncing the party. Brown inviting in Obama's aides to help in the election case coming up in the middle of the year for the European Assembly. Brown saying that opposing the British National Party is the major priority for all Labour candidates, north, west, south and east, across Britain, particularly in this region. Brown has been told in the last 2 weeks that they expect 2 MEPs to be elected. Maybe one here in the northwest, maybe one in Yorkshire. But there are other parts of the country, London and Essex, where Essex man has moved out to escape the enrichment of the capital, where they're worried about what may occur. Now the truth is,
I wonder how many of them actually won, if any of them.
no one will know what happens in the middle of this year because no one can predict what happens to the UKIP vote. Last time, hundreds and hundreds of thousands, particularly middle class people, voted UKIP. It was a bin into which they could throw their votes and protest in a sort of namby-pamby sort of a way. Voting for UKIP's got them nothing. It's got them sort of corrupt MEPs who can talk for 2 minutes. Who knows who your MEP is? Does any of you know who your MEP is? I only know who mine was for a while because he was in prison for fraud.
And from that, reform was birthed. How very interesting, chat.
£70,000 worth of benefit fraud. And when he was dragged to the jail, he kept saying to the policeman, I'm middle class. As if that made a sort of a difference to nicking £70,000 worth of benefit.
Oi, you can't jail me. Don't you know I'm middle class? What kind of logic is that?
Money. Now, in the European Parliament, you can only speak for 2 minutes. And you can only speak in 27 different languages, one of which is ours. And you can only speak if you're a member of a bloc. Now, if our people are elected, they will sit as part of the right group, let's call it that, of MEPs from across Europe associated with radical right parties. The only British representatives ever to sit in that quadrant were a few Ulster Unionists like John Taylor and others, who was very radical, very progressive, because of course a lot of the people he was sitting with was Catholics. And given the Northern Irish political situation, that was a brave move in and of itself. Now, the point of going into the European Parliament is ultimately to effect its destruction. That's why you're going into it. But the point is to get into it at a particular level so you can attack the Westminster tier here within the United Kingdom. What we want is a pincer movement where we come from above and below and attack the Westminster tier, which is our real objective. What people say is, I do agree with you. I go into the centre of town.
Probably shouldn't have made that comment publicly. Sometimes it still helps to conceal your intentions.
And half of the town looks as though it's part of Bangladesh, and the other part of the town it's men holding hands with each other. I do agree with you, but I'm not going to vote for you because you don't stand, you can't win, you haven't got anyone in a parliament, councillors are concerned with recycling and that sort of thing. We've got into the GLA, you get into the European Parliament, it unfreezes the system and breaks it down and melts down certain of the structures which have existed for too long. In areas like this, in cities like this, Labour, with the odd occasional Liberal sort of intervention, Labour's run these cities as rotten boroughs. and they've run them in a sort of gang-type way linked to elements within the trade union movement. In cities like this, as you all know, Labour are a sort of dictatorship, almost a semi-Eastern European style type of dictatorship. The Tories don't exist here. You have to mentally readjust when you come up from the part of the country that I was born in. Where
it's almost like the Democrat strongholds in America. They have their strongholds. Very often, not the best places. Not the sort of places you'd want to live in as any sort of sensible person. And yet, the people who live in these constituencies keep voting in these terrible people. Because, well, very often it's because they look like them, or, you know, they say certain things, or they're able to just buy the right amount of votes.
the Tories are everywhere. Here it's just a couple of old ladies having coffee with each other. They don't exist, they're hated, and people won't vote for them. This means Labour gets in by default, time and again and again and again. Driving through all these areas to get here, look at what's happened to this city. I mean, parts of it have been utterly blitzed, and it's not the Germans that have did it, is it? You just look at these areas like Miles Platting. I mean, look, I'm just here, you know, from the south for an evening. It's mile after mile after mile of shuttered shops, of closed factories, of pubs that have got boards around them, of large decimated areas where a building has fallen. There's no capital to do anything with it, and it's blitzed. It's just not there. There's just gaps between blocks. People are sort of huddling about. You see a few sort of white youths and hoodies in the streets, running around. Their parents doubtless have no idea where they are and what they're up to. I doubt the Greater Manchester Police have any idea what they're up to. They're probably too busy filming this meeting. Or perhaps preparing for...
I mean, I was pointed out in another video, police across the UK, but especially in places like London, they only really investigate and prosecute probably 8% of the actual crimes that go on. Most of the time you commit a crime in a place like London, you're going to get away with it. That's what makes cities like London so dangerous. Because as much as you and I, the great and the good, know this, the criminals and the ungodly, they know it as well.
The next Battle of Lee. Who knows? But yes, speaking of the Battle of Lee, there unfortunately will be more of that sort of thing. Because what's happening is that the politics in this country is becoming more like the politics of the third world as more of the third world comes here. People have to understand that inside many of the immigrants...
Mind you, this was 2009 when this was said. How far the Overton window has shifted in 2025 and into 2026. Where it's no longer people that were once viewed as fringe like Jonathan Bowden. But now it's people like Elon Musk talking about this. So-called mainstream right-wing voices saying things like that with regularity. Even to a certain extent, Donald Trump talking about it. That's how far the Overton window has shifted.
In communities, there's types of politics we haven't seen. In many countries, take Bangladesh for example, your clan, your extended family and your mosque determines your political allegiance. All parties have paramilitary wings. Only in Northern Ireland in recent memory could that be said to be the case in relation to our politics. You have to go back 400 years, really, to our...
I have to wonder if we'll possibly see that again. Out of necessity for protecting certain groups of people. These sorts of paramilitary organizations tied to political parties. I really have to wonder if we're not too far away from that. And if in some parts of the world we may start to see that, at least some parts of the West. That may still be a bit far off. But we can't discount the possibility.
Will strive to get in touch with the type of political attitudes that come from these parts of the world. Politics is communitarian. It's based on identity. It's based on what you are, not what class you're in or what your profession is. There's two parties in Bangladesh. One's called the BNP. It's called the Bangladeshi National Party. The other's called the Awami League. And when one of them wins, they machine gun the offices of the other. They take control of the treasury. The army is loyal to the group that's in power. This is how power works.
It almost seems cleaner and simpler that way. Despite it being so bloodthirsty and violent, there's something rather simple and direct about it all. Something which the West has sort of lost in all of our civilization and codes of proper, even gentlemanly behavior.
Politics isn't a game where a man in a blue tie and a man in a red tie and a man in an orange tie sit round the vicar's table and agree to differ. Politics is about raw power and who has the strength and who controls the treasury and the men with the guns. That's what politics is about in these societies. And these groups have brought that sort of politics here with them. It's just politics of survival, really. And when they see a party like the British National Party, they're told by the rump of the far left in this country represents that which is against them, some of their more hardcore elements, who have very little in common with the indigenous left at all, culturally, will nevertheless tip out with them. One thing you've noticed is the collapse of the far left in the last 20 to 30 years. They've collapsed because the Soviet Union has gone down. They've collapsed because communist China has gone capitalist. They've collapsed because all of their ideas are wrong and base about apex and have been rejected.
That still hasn't stopped them, though. They still have ideological capture of the institutions. They stopped being communists and just became globalists and internationalists. Many of them always have been. So it's not so much a collapse as it was... I guess a controlled demolition would be what I would refer to it as. Or collapsing into a new form. Sort of like how in Godzilla Final Wars, Monster X just takes the absolute mickey from Godzilla. And he's, you know, battered and bruised and beaten up, barely hanging on to life. And then activates his final form, transforms into an ultimate version of King Ghidorah. That, I would say, is probably a more accurate metaphor of what happened with the far left. They still act like absolute shitlibs and disgusting communists, but they do all of that in the service of globalism and internationalists, the sort of rootless cosmopolitan elite that want us to own nothing and be happy and eat bugs and live in pods. Action Bastard, welcome in. How are you?
This party is demonised here in the northwest of England and elsewhere because it's the answer to the mess that New Labour and Old Tory have created before them. One thing that people have noticed increasingly over the last 20 years is the merger of the parties into each other, to a degree that although in different regions people vote for different ones, blue in one area, red in another, Up here, a Tory loses his deposit. In parts of the south, Labour's a Trotskyist teacher standing on 2 to 5% of the vote. They're a minority party there, just as the Tories are here. But nationally, they've merged into each other. Cameron and Brown and Clegg increasingly sound like each other.
It's the Uniparty. They're just two sides of the same sort of kosher sandwich of acceptable discourse that goes on publicly when really they're all in on it, they're all on the same side, and it's not on the side of the people. I'll be good just chillaxing. Sounds good to me. God, you can chillax with us.
Increasingly endorse the same values, support the same wars abroad with our troops in Iraq and Afghanistan. Brown says he's mildly critical retrospectively of the Iraqi war. He financed that war. That war cost us 200 lives. It cost us 2,000 injured. It cost us 7 to 14 billion pounds.
That was just in 2009. The numbers went up after that. Across the board with all coalition partners.
We have replaced one gang in the south of that country by another. We have achieved virtually nothing.
Nice, that's pretty good. That was posted in the Castle Rexworth Discord by our Anglo. And there's the link in chat for everybody. So give that a like. Let's see if there's anything new with Brown University. Doesn't look like it. "4 hours and there's no photo, video, or ID of the shoot at Brown University. PSYOP or incompetent police? Maybe both. Right. We're going to move away from politics and the news now. And we're going to focus on some... geez, another one. Yes, unfortunately. I want to talk cars. I've been wanting to talk cars for a couple of days now. We've got a new video from Top Gear. The show itself on the BBC may have ended long ago, but there's still content being uploaded over on the YouTube side. Sands, Clarkson, Hammond and May. Don't know if any of you are familiar with a car company called Lotus. But they had a car back in the day. It was in the 70s. It was called the Lotus Esprit. And if you've seen James Bond films like The Spy Who Loved Me and For Your Eyes Only, the Lotus Esprit was featured as Bond's automobile of choice. You may remember it was a specialty gadget in The Spy Who Loved Me. The Lotus Esprit was able to turn into a submarine. Well, there is a new version of that classic Lotus that's out now.
Here's a car to remind us why.
New Lotus Esprit V8 supercar reborn. 3, 2, 1. Go.
Here's a car to remind us why we all love Lotus. While the mothership chases financial stability via 2-ton plus electric SUVs, this is a reborn Esprit S1.
Oh. It's got that retro future vibe, sort of like what you see with Hyundai's Grandia concept. I love that. Oh, and those plaid seats. And look at that! They've turned the headlamps and the tail lamps into this sort of futuristic-looking LED bits. I like that. It looks like they line this bit with carbon fiber.
It's made by a company called Encore, and it arrives just in time.
Oh, hang on. We just need to take a moment to savor this. this angle right here, chat. Whoa. God above, this looks good. And mind you, this is not a big car. Lotus Esprits were actually fairly small cars. But it's just such a classic design, this sort of wedge-shaped design. You see this with not just the Esprit, but you saw it with the, I think one of the early versions of the Ferrari 512, before it became the Testarossa. I think to a certain extent the Ferrari Dino was like that. I think Maserati may have had one that was a similar style, similar body style. Damn, it looks really good, like something out of Cyberpunk 2, it is. You can bet it's just a matter of time before someone sees this in the mod community and creates a modification to allow you to drive a Cyberpunk Lotus Esprit in Cyberpunk 2077. And I hope somebody gets on that soon. So, those of you in the mod community for Cyberpunk, if you're watching, let's make this happen. Let's make this happen, lads.
To celebrate the original's 50th anniversary, fully remastered. So yes, it's a resto mod, and I know that's almost a dirty word these days, but still they come, and there's a good reason for that. Because modern cars are too heavy, too powerful often, and too damn complicated. So, the Encore is a philosophy as much as it is a car.
Let's go back and... hang on a minute, I've got to pause the music here.
So, the Encore...
I like that logo. The E for Encore, with a little bit of the Union Jack off to the left. That is some clever design for a logo. I like that. And it almost looks like, in a certain way, you flip it up, it looks like a trident, or almost like the symbol for the manual transmission car. And this plaid, I am in love with this plaid seating. Not just because it's blue, but because it's also plaid. So it's my favorite color, and it's also triggering in a good way the Scottish portion of me. And yeah, no, I'm loving this. Just needs the Union Jack colors, indeed.
Is a philosophy as much as it is a car. It emphasizes the stuff that made the original Esprit so cool, the wedge design and its amazingly alert chassis, but junks the stuff that compromised it. But perhaps more importantly, it commits to the idea that 400 bhp is more than enough, especially in a car that weighs under 1,200 kilograms.
I mean, something that small, 400 horsepower, yeah, that is more than enough. Any more and it'd be a monster. It would probably be constantly trying to go airborne. There is such a thing as having too much horsepower. And really, it's not about horsepower or torque. It's, well, in a way, it is more about torque. More than anything, it's what you can plant on the ground and what you can keep balanced whilst the vehicle's in motion. You know, that's why I think one of the old Top Gear challenges with Clarkson, Hammond and May, they had, one of them had a Ferrari, one of them had a Lambo, and I think Richard Hammond had a Porsche 911, and I think they went up, I don't know if they went to, it was either the Scottish Highlands or the Isle of Man. I think it was the Isle of Man that they went to, and there was a stretch of road that they had closed off, and they put each of their vehicles in the hands of the Stig, and they timed it out, and the Porsche beat the Ferrari and Lamborghini supercars. It wasn't the most powerful. It didn't have the biggest engine. Didn't have the biggest presence on the road. It wasn't the biggest car in terms of size. But what it had was balance. Everything was just so perfectly balanced. And so that's why it got the best time compared to the Ferrari or the Lambo. When your car's flying off the freeway, there may be too much horsepower. Yes. Yes. When you can't control it, and when it's practically trying to go airborne every time, just because there's so much horsepower under the hood, and it can't keep its own wheels planted on the ground, you might have a bit too much horsepower. Gator, welcome in. Good to see you. Balanced as all things should be, indeed. Nice little Avengers reference there, Valeran.
Could it be more powerful? Yes, of course it could.
Okay, so they opted for AP racing sport brakes rather than Brembos. Brembos are everywhere these days, so that's a bit refreshing to see something different.
But does it need to be? No, it doesn't. This is essential esprit. It has everything that you need and want, and none of the stuff that you don't. An Encore can do this because, of course, it uses a donor car, which is where the resto bit comes in. So although this looks like an Esprit S1, underneath it's actually a last-of-the-line 3.5-litre V8, which was in production until 2004. Lotus developed that engine in-house. It was called the Type 918, an all-aluminium unit with a flat-plane crank, 32 valves, and twin turbos. The rear transaxle...
A twin-turbo V8. Those things are pretty much extinct these days. I don't even know if you can find those on any of the VW group cars like Audi or Porsche. And I think even, I mean, you can certainly find it with Ferrari or Lamborghini, maybe Maserati. So the Italians, to some extent, still have V8s, but for how long? Most of them are trending towards V6s and smaller turbo inline 4s. The V12 is pretty much dead now, save for the W12, which I believe they still put inside the Bentleys. But yeah, V8s and 12-cylinder engines, endangered species, all of them. And it's sad.
Originated in the Renault 25. Look it up if you want. And even with major Lotus mods, it was never particularly sweet shifting. Lotus also detuned the V8 from its 500 bhp plus potential to around 350 so that it didn't lunch the gearbox. Work to be done here then. The elements that are core to the donor car's identity are kept intact. So that's the steel backbone chassis, the engine.
Honestly surprised to hear V12 is endangered. I'm not. All of the fuel efficiency standards, environmentalist regulations and whatnot, I mean, they never really were fuel-efficient engines to begin with. You did not buy a car with a 12-cylinder engine for fuel economy. You bought it to go fast. And I think you can still, to a certain extent, get a V12 in something, but they are incredibly endangered. And to a certain extent, the same can be said for the V8. These days, you're more likely to get, if you get a sports car, you're more likely to encounter one brand new that has a V6, possibly even a V6 with twin turbos on it. Hopefully with the K-car ban lifted, we'll see more V12s somehow. Hopefully. A lot of that was driven by the American CAFE standards, so we'll see. But there are still regulations within the European Union to contend with. So all of that could be for naught. Which, again, it's really sad, because, God, those are some beautiful engines. And they roared. They absolutely roared like lions. And, yeah. People say that the revving of a Maserati V8 instantly triggered a Lady Chatterley crisis with women. I would dare say that when it came to the roaring of a V12, like in an old Lambo, you rev that V12 engine, the fetisex would hear that and just go,
Oh my God! I'm at the
Anyway.
Engine block, the gearbox casing, and some ancillaries. Oh, and the chassis number. This means that Encore can claim, with some considerable justification, that this is basically a new car. Dan Durant, who led the exterior team on the Lotus Emira, has managed to preserve the Giugiaro-designed original, even though using the V8 as the...
That's right, this was designed by Giugiaro, wasn't it? Giugiaro, chat, for those of you who don't know, absolutely prolific designer of automobiles, some of the most iconic automobiles in the world. You know, if you will allow me to borrow a bit of Jeremy Clarkson parlance there. Because it is true in the most literal sense. Designed the Lotus Esprit, one of his more iconic cars that he designed. I have to look it up here now. This is actually going to bother me if I don't look it up. Shadow. There we are. Italian automotive designer. Still alive, by the way. He's 87 years old. Which cars did he design? Yes, think of some of the most iconic cars in the world, and more than likely, Giorgetto Giugiaro was the man responsible for their design. He was the one who designed and built the framework for the Ferrari 250 GT back in the 1960s. Here it is in its final form. Ton of classic car designs, yes. Absolute thing of beauty, this one. And you can see probably where other companies like Volvo, for example, got that inspiration with one of their Grand Tourers around that same time. Here's another one that he designed, the original Volkswagen Golf Mark I. I mean, when you think of an old VW Golf, this is what you think of. In a similar vein, designed the Lancia Delta, the Maserati Ghibli. Ah, here's another one. The DeLorean DMC-12. That was a Giugiaro design. Yes, the Marty McFly Back to the Future car. That was Giugiaro's design. Same bloke who designed this Lotus Esprit that we're looking at here. And actually, it didn't start out in life as the DeLorean DMC-12. It actually started out as a concept car, a new generation of the Hyundai Pony. Wasn't meant to be a gull-wing car, meant to just have the doors open up out like normal. But Hyundai rejected it and decided to go with a different concept for the Pony. And so Giugiaro retooled the design, made it a gull-wing car, took it to John DeLorean, and the rest was history. Let's see what else he had. Ah, the De Tomaso Mangusta. Its sister car, the Pantera, was an interesting... I don't know if they did it with the Mangusta, but I know they did it with the Pantera. Very similar design to the Mangusta. Italian design. Italian chassis. Italian exterior. Engine, I believe, was made by Ford. So you had an American engine in the back, a V8, no less. An American V8 engine in an Italian sports car body. The classic Alfa Romeo Giulia Sprint GT. That's another one. The Maserati Merak. I believe Jeremy Clarkson drove this one on Top Gear. And then we've got this. What we were just looking at, the Lotus Esprit S1. more recently, responsible for the Alfa Romeo 159. Absolutely fantastic saloon car. Pity it's not made anymore. He even created his own Ford Mustang concept car. Again, it's a pity they didn't put that into production. Would have been an absolute stunner. But it wasn't just sports cars and sports saloons that he designed. The Eagle Premier, I think it was an old AMC branded automobile. That, surprisingly enough, was a Giugiaro design. Though it does look a bit bland, doesn't it? The GTA My Car, an all-electric vehicle, looks very similar to a smart car. Giugiaro even designed city buses, if you can believe that. Anyway, back to the video.
Donor means it's wider now and has more heft than the dainty little mid-70s Dart. This really is insanely beautiful in the flesh, this car. It's so pretty, so well resolved. If you know the original Esprit, and of course you do, you'll remember it has a line that bisects the body. That's gone. That was only ever there because it was used to disguise where the two halves of the fiberglass body were glued together. Obviously this is carbon fiber, so we don't need that. What else have we got? Well, incredible. You'll notice immediately that the door handles, sourced on the original from the Morris Marina, well, they've completely gone. The pop-up headlamps, probably for the best. They're still here because
yes! 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 It would have been an absolute sin if they got rid of the pop-up headlamps. Oh, I am so happy to see new versions of those. Oh, that makes me happy. Oh. I might just get a little bit of a chubby in my pants for these, chat. Oh. I love me some pop-up headlamps. Almost as much as I love good sex with a woman. Oh my god.
There's a pop-up headlamp. They're low-profile LED projector lights. A perfect example of using modern technology to update something that we love from our analog past. And probably one of the most impressive things I think about the Encore remaster of the Esprit is basically that the shot lines are so...
Little too happy there. You have no idea. You have to be a car person to understand the beauty and just the cool factor of pop-up headlamps. They were something that started off in the 70s, got really big in the 80s, then started to drop off in the 90s, and then regulations that came in, they were gone by the 2000s. And it is an absolute damnable shame because it's, I don't know what it is, just so fucking cool. It's just something so simple, but it's just this little bit of design that just all of a sudden just cranks up the cool factor on a car to 11. I get that, I'm not judging. I know.
Good on this car, so good. The glazing, which is mostly new, though not these bits, these are carried over, but windscreen and this rear glass, I mean, this is so tight. The detail stuff is exceptional. That was never Lotus's strong point back in the smoky 70s. Yes.
Yeah, no, the quality control on old Lotus cars was a bit hit and miss. This right here that we're looking at, this is a precision job. This is a British car done properly. That's what they call iconic. Yes, indeed. Sometimes things are just neat. Absolutely.
What we're looking at here is surely the ultimate Esprit S1. And it gets better. For a Resto Mod startup or whatever it is, Encore has gone to serious lengths here. The Esprit S1's fiberglass GRP body had the structural rigidity of a cheesecake that had been left in the rain and scant rollover protection. This one is made of carbon fiber, and it's from the same British supplier that does the GMA T50. The original chassis was galvanized, but now it's been vapor blasted and coated as well, so corrosion shouldn't be an issue. And the engine, well, for
Yeah, the older ones, they tended to rust away after a bit.
start, here it is. You can see it. You couldn't on the original Esprit S1, and very lovely it is too. It's got forged pistons, new impellers, electronic throttle with a bespoke aluminium case, a new ECU for a smoother idle and just better everyday usability, new turbos, and a new exhaust. And the gearbox has been significantly upgraded too.
The core of this has been preserved, but almost everything else in it, it's practically a brand new car. It is a new car with the soul of an old car.
New gears, rings and bushes. In comes a twin-plate clutch and a Quaife limited slip differential to give the car even sharper, more telepathic handling than ever. There's no traction control, although that might be added later. All Esprits had a bit of a rep for overheating. It's not a car that ever likes sitting still on a hot day in traffic. So the Encore has new radiators and significantly upgraded cooling.
Oh yes, that's right, I forgot. Lotuses have had that, always tended to have radiator issues. Yeah, they had a tendency to overheat quite a bit.
Cooling air is drawn to the engine through little intakes here at the side and via this little strip at the top. And there are also extra ducts underneath to vent hot air. It shouldn't overheat, in other words.
Yes,
there are new suspension arms, Bilstein shock absorbers, new IBAC springs, and new brakes with 6-pot calipers on the front, 4-pot on the rear. And the horrible old fly-off handbrake, well, that's been replaced with a brand new electronic one. The wheels are machined from aluminium billet, 17-inch at the front, 18-inch at the rear. That's unfashionably small by modern standards. The tires are Bridgestone Potenzas, and the side walls are chunky to protect the car's famous ride and its overall compliance. Now, 70s British sports cars often had, shall we say, troublesome electrics. Encore has given this Esprit remastered an all-new electrical architecture, and the infotainment system is similar to the setup you'll find in the GMA T50 and the one that's used by Pagani, so it should be reliable. That's good. And it should also be able to handle all the stuff that 2025 demands. Right, let's get inside it, shall we? Ah, no Morris Marina door handles. How do I get in? I know how to get in. There's a little button up here. There we are.
Nice and easy.
Honestly, sitting in this car, I've driven a few S1 Esprits, and it's a bit like falling through a hole in the space-time continuum from 1975 and washing up 50 years later. Everything.
That steering wheel, though, that is, it's got the sporty grips there at, what was that, a 2 and 10? Don't know how I feel about a 2-spoke steering wheel, though. To me, it just seems like something that was taken off of an old off of, say, like an old Lincoln or Ford station wagon from the 70s, around this same time as the Lotus Esprit. Oh, yeah, that's all right. I guess when I think of a proper sports steering wheel, it needs 3 spokes. So it's missing a spoke. I'm not sure how I feel about that. But I don't know, this might be the new thing in automobiles these days, is the 2-spoke steering wheel making a comeback.
It's kind of familiar, but fully modernized, remastered.
That wooden gear shift, I like that. That's lovely.
Reborn, whatever adjective you want to come up with. So
look at that, look at that, look at that. It's like they just sort of cut it out of a tree stump or something like that, and then just gave it some varnish and polish and stuck it on. It's beautiful.
2-spoke wheel. The original S1 Esprit had this very distinctive steering wheel, and Encore, and it's written large in the boss there. They could have, got a wheel just from a supplier, but they've gone to town on that as they have with everything else.
Extra mile.
What you don't see so much of these days is tartan trim inside, but that's what the original S1 Esprit had. and it's here in this one too. Apparently Lotus's designers were influenced by London street fashion in the mid-70s, and the look that people like Vivienne Westwood was coming up with. I guess Lotus was a bit punk, really. There's a heated front screen,
Still
heated
looks good
seats, a
even
new
today.
aircon system.
I think Rex needs 5 minutes alone with the car. I'm going to need more than just 5 minutes. I'm probably going to need to take this one on holiday with me. This is absolutely fantastic. This is just an absolute thing of beauty.
Although the seat frames are the same because there were issues with the seat belts and legality. There's also a premium audio system made by Encore's main investor, Skyships. There are subs in the bulkhead and specific cutouts in the
I don't know you would say that. Perhaps I really am that predictable.
body. The whole dashboard structure is made of carbon fibre, but you can't see the air vents because they're cleverly hidden. This binnacle, which you can
replaced
adjust,
with
you know, it's a
cream.
bespoke car, so if I wanted higher, and I would, they can do that. It's milled from a solid piece of aluminium. It's in 2 parts, I think. So this main piece, you know, modern instruments here, fully configurable. I can't see the nose of the car, so it's a good job it's got a 360-degree parking camera. I remember vividly trying to park a Esprit V8 in the late 90s, and it's quite a painful process. But of course, a manual gearbox as well. There's no flappy paddles in here. This is a oak gear lever, and this is machined. The gate is machined into the top of it. Lotus made around 1,237 Esprit V8s, not all of which are in particularly good shape. Encore is confident that sourcing 50, which is the number of cars they plan to make, should be doable. And before you blow a head gasket, it's not about to start butchering the desirable limited run Sport 350 iteration, or any other garage queens for that matter. A prototype is up and running, with the first customer car due to be delivered in April. Encore has also financed everything without needing to take customer money up front to pay for the program.
Oh, that's good.
Like Singer and Chimera, Top Gear's recently crowned Performance Car of the Year, Encore is also aware of the need to provide a full customer experience. It can't be half-assed.
No,
Okay,
it
let's
can't.
recap then. So, 400 bhp, 3.5 litre V8 in something that weighs less than 1,200 kilograms. A car that looks like the best version of the Esprit S1 you've ever seen. A machine that, let's not forget, was made famous by some bloke called James Bond. Well, he was bound to come up, wasn't he? It's been completely re-engineered so that the cool stuff is amplified and all the crappy bits have been chucked in the bin. We're talking major analog
should
vibes
be.
here, but underpinned by fully modern technology. Even at the £430,000 plus donor car and taxes that the Encore costs, it has all of our attention. I can't wait to drive this thing.
Good lord. But plus the donor car, which is God only knows how much those go for these days. That could easily be £750,000 just for that. And it's an absolute masterpiece. So in many ways I'd say yes, it's expensive, but is it worth it? Fuck yeah, it is. Anyways, giving that a like, posting the link in chat. Now, let's go look at something quirky. We're going to stay on cars for just a little while longer. I don't know how many of you have ever heard of the Japanese brand Mitsuoka. They've been featured on Top Gear previously. James May, when he was in Japan, drove a few of their, at the time, current models, including a really interesting one called the Mitsuoka Galloway. There was the Galloway, and then there was also there was this one, and it's called the Orochi. It's their version of a supercar. You could actually get this as a Tomica car a few years ago. Definitely looks like a vehicle you'd find in Yakuza. It really does. It started off as a concept car in 01, and then was finally put into production 2006, 2007. The Orochi takes its name from the Yamata no Orochi 8-headed Japanese dragon, so a sort of Japanese mythological version of King Ghidorah. Mitsuoka has famously said that the Orochi is the car to ride to gather attention from everyone, and so they not only call this a supercar, but it's a fashion supercar, and easy to see why. It is quite the looker. It's got good bones to it, because it is based on the Honda NSX. It first started out as a 2-seater coupe before becoming a convertible, or they introduced the convertible version. So, Honda NSX platform, 3.3-litre Toyota 3MZ FE V6 with a 5-speed automatic transmission. Fully trimmed interior with leather. You've got these lift-up wing mirrors or scissor doors, very similar to what you would find on old Lamborghinis. Aircon, airbags. High-intensity discharge headlamps. An immobilizer to prevent theft. And sat-nav by Panasonic. So, overall, a strange-looking car, but it's got the beans. It's got the right stuff to be a proper sports car. Well, the times have changed, and apparently customer tastes have changed as well. And unfortunately, the Orochi is no longer in production. However, Mitsuoka does make other interesting, quirky cars, primarily to appeal to the domestic Japanese audience. So, let's take a look at what it's like to explore a Mitsuoka showroom in 2025. And we start by staring at the business end of a Subaru Vivio. And I believe that's a Cadillac DeVille in Japan. Very interesting.
So I'm on my way to the Mitsuoka dealership. I pass it all the time, and I'm always like, damn, I want to go inside. I want to go inside. They have some really cool stuff, like you could see while you're driving down the road. But I feel like, I don't know, not knowing Japanese, being a foreigner, sometimes foreigners give us a bad rap, or they think maybe I'm going to touch the cars or do something reckless. So if you're watching this right now, we stayed optimistic, and they said I can indeed record. If you're not watching this, then there's no reason for me to even continue. This is...
I mean, he did all the right steps. He asked for permission first, and he was polite about it. Normally, if you do that, they will likely give you permission, but it's important to be polite and ask permission first.
Why you always gotta have a positive mindset. So we're currently inside. I already found some things I'm gonna buy. I'm actually post this on Patreon.
I like those tea mugs.
And see if any of the homies want something.
They've got some cool merch. Oh. Ooh. Ooh. I like those neckties. That is an interesting design for the necktie. You've got this sort of the sewn trim on the edges there. It almost makes it look like you're wearing a portion of a leather trim in the form of a necktie. Little courtesy goes a long way, indeed it does.
So I can grab it by the time I leave Japan, because I'm going to post this most likely right before I leave.
Oh, they even have old models of the cars. Got the Orochi. I believe that one over there is a Galway. And they also had this other one here. Yeah, it looks like they were trying to replicate an old Corvette Stingray. I think they may have done that with the platform for the Mazda MX-5 Miata.
But look at this stuff. Oh my god, I have to get a view tote bag. This, I think, is maybe like a tablecloth or something. That's really cool. They got some watches. This fan. I gotta get Slade or something too. He's a Mitsuoka fiend. But I really like this one for $9.35. That one's interesting. And then look at that.
Oh, that's
yeah, I'm definitely gonna make a... This is a perfect example of why you should be on Patreon right now, because you'll be able to get one of these things. So yeah, he said I could walk around, I could check some things out.
Oh,
this is...
Whoa. Look at that. The Mitsuoka M55. I have not even seen the full profile of the car, but the arse end of it, I am absolutely entranced, chat. I'm getting old Nissan Skyline GTR vibes from this. I really am. Like, it almost looks like an old Nissan Skyline GTR and an old Fairlady Z got together at a love hotel and had a beautiful Grand Touring sports car baby.
This is a very interesting car because it looks like it could be a Charger.
It looks like it's also built off of a platform of a Honda Civic. Some of these lines, especially with these windows and everything, it looks really familiar. Rex is an arse man confirmed. I like Booba. I like Booba just as much as the next bloke. But I do like a bit of cake on the woman. Yes, okay, confirmed. I saw that steering wheel. This is a reworked Honda Civic that we're looking at. And it looks glorious. I mean, already was a fan of the present generation of Honda Civics, especially the Civic hatchback. That I almost earlier this year, chat, I almost bought a Honda Civic hatchback. The only thing that kept me off from it was the fact that the price was just too high. It was just too expensive that I couldn't manage it. But I really wanted to get one. Honestly, if I had my way, I probably would have gotten an Acura Integra, the new one, which is also based on the Civic platform, the Civic hatchback platform, to be more precise. Nothing wrong with sweets in moderation, yes. And thankfully, I still got a fairly sporty car that I am quite smitten with. I won't say which one for OPSEC reasons, though. But this is very well done. They are basically taking what is already a best-selling car around the world, and
I mean, look at the front end.
Putting bits on it that, oh my god!
Looks like,
oh my god! Yes. Oh, that looks good. That looks fucking brilliant. Oh, chat. Are you seeing this now? That can't be a beaut. It is. If this car were a woman, I'd be shagging it right now. Are they glass headlights? I don't know if they're glass. Maybe some reinforced polished plasticky bits.
old Cuda or one of those classic American muscles, even with the SS.
I think that's supposed to be M55. I don't know if that's supposed to be MSS.
Nah, this thing is actually sick.
This is a vision of what a Honda Civic could be, or could have been. and Mitsuoka has just taken it and made it a reality. This is absolutely brilliant.
So here's some of the cars that are outside.
There's the one. This one right here. This is the one. I believe this is supposed to be based off the Miata platform. And yeah, you can see it's modeled after an old Chevy Corvette, the old Stingrays. Wonder if they have a manual version.
This is a
Possible.
Rega. They're like semi-import legal right now. I think soon to be.
Mitsuoka Rega. Oh, it's a hybrid too. That's interesting. Look at that. Look at that. It looks like an old Jag. It looks like a cute little baby Jag. If I lived in Japan and I was required to drive anywhere, I would want to own a car like that. This is just properly good. It's got all the right looks and styling to it. But you know, I hate to throw shade on British cars, because much as we love them, they can be a headache in terms of engine reliability, and especially the electrics. You know, with this one, this is probably it's probably got some sort of Toyota engine or something like that. All Japanese electrics underneath. You know it's going to turn over every time, and you know it's going to stay running, and it's not going to give you any trouble. You just change the oil every so often, and the thing will just run like an absolute champ. This is brilliant.
It's a brand new car, and the price is 4.5 million yen.
That's about $31,000 US. Really not bad, considering that you can get something that looks like a chibi version of an old Jaguar with Japanese reliability. That is brilliant. I would buy that. Jag, where they keep the track wheels. Hey.
Look at the paint.
That is a lovely paint job. Normally I don't go in for like deep burgundies and purples, but that is lovely.
And I think this is a Vute. Yeah, this is a Vute Story. Wow, it's more expensive. I would have never thought.
Might have
It's
more
definitely
bells and whistles on
smaller.
it.
This one is 5 million yen.
32k for that one. And also, it looks like a baby Jag. It looks like a little chibi SD version of a Jaguar. I mean, I can't be the only one who sees it. That almost gets into K car territory. Which, if I had to have a K car, I would want it to look like an old Jag. I'm gonna say it looks like a predecessor of a VW Bug. Possibly.
A cheaper Vute. This is the third 12th Street.
2021 model year, so a few years old. 27,000 kilometers on the odometer. Oh yes, that's not bad. That's barely broken in.
Or something like that. Oh, it's used. Okay, that's a 2021. That one's a new one. Okay, so this one's a couple years old. Around 3 million yen. Red interior,
Still,
though. That's really
under
nice.
20 grand?
I don't want to open any of the doors. Let me not overstay my welcome. I'll ask them maybe before I leave, like, hey, is it okay if I open the door? I'm just happy that we even made it this far, honestly. Like, I drive past this all the time, and this is my POV. Like, I'm driving down this road, and you see this right away, and then just boom, boom, boom.
Oh, look at that.
And that's huge Misoka up there. This is like a Chevy Blazer-esque.
Yeah, I can see the resemblance. It does look like an old Chevy or an old Jeep.
These are
Which, I mean, if you're going to get an SUV, get yourself a proper SUV, something like that, or an old Land Rover.
called a Buddy
Cañonero.
20 two-wheel drive. Wow, 2023. 15,000 kilometers, around 7 million yen.
This one's held its value. 45k. That's a lot for an SUV. But it looks cool.
Oh, it looks nice in this color.
Even the back end looks good.
Yellow accents.
This looks like possibly rebadged. I'm not sure if that's a RAV4 that they've reworked.
This like
Mitsuoka Rockstar. Now here we go. This is definitely my style. Lots of different a theme not heard in ages. Yes, lots of different paint jobs. I'm used to everyone having white or black vehicles. It's nice to see some color. It really is. Color is becoming a lost thing with a lot of new cars these days. Everyone going for black or white or grey or something like that. You know, I'd opt for something within that very limited color scheme, unfortunately, because it would have taken me longer to actually get a car if I wanted a splash of color on it.
I guess you could say is a Corvette.
Yeah, Corvette lookalike.
It's so interesting.
That is that's definitely built on an MX-5 platform, but that's all right.
That all these cars are.
I mean, we know the MX-5 Miata continues to be a brilliant car. Can be a bit of a tight squeeze, though, if you're a larger person. You know, whether you be taller or maybe just fatter, they can be a bit of a tight squeeze to get into and out of.
They're not replicas, but they're similar to American.
They basically take existing production cars from Mazda, from Toyota, from Honda, and rip off a lot of the body panels and put on their own and make them into, I mean, these are just works of art, really.
The view is similar to that Jaguar.
I mean, even the front end, that's not bad. You would hope that they would have flip-up headlights, but probably can't do that because of regulations.
But they pull in their own little flair on there. This paint, though, my goodness.
That is a lovely paint job.
Shout out to that dude right there. He just walked up to me and said, any car that has a Mitsuoka plate, I can touch and open. Anyone that doesn't, I cannot. So you know what that means. Wow.
Oh, yeah, brother. Oh, I think they even reworked the
yeah, this
the
is
seats.
a great idea. Drop top.
Gorgeous. Just enough room for maybe a couple of small suitcases. Take the girlfriend away for the weekend, for a little weekend getaway. In your Mitsuoka Rockstar. I mean, ladies in chat, I show up to your door with a Mitsuoka Rockstar, tops down, beep the horn. It's like, right, love, get your things in the back, going away for a weekend, you and me. You see something like this, you're gonna hop in. Especially because you know it's me driving.
This is a special edition Rockstar.
The logo is really cool and rather ornate too. Not like a lot of the simpler logo designs that you see with other car companies.
Is there a price? Oh, there's a price. It is 7 million yen. Off the top of my head, that's around like $30,000. I feel like that's not
45 grand for this car. I think that's roughly in the same range as an MX-5, which, if that is the case, given the choice between the two, I think I'd rather have the Mitsuoka myself, just because, I mean, it's taking the best of iconic American muscle car design and putting it on a reliable Japanese two-seater roadster. I'd rather have the Mitsuoka. Just because it's cool. That's number one. But number two, it's different. It's different from everything else out there, right? A bunch of these cars have great designs. They really do.
Not that much money for
Not so easily charmed.
Okay, 2001, but it only has 9,000 kilometers.
Had to try.
Let me know. Would you pay 30,000 for this? I would.
Fuck yeah.
I don't know if Mitsubishi would do good in America, though. I think people would make fun of it.
They might at first. I don't know. That's one of those things where if you sort of push through the absolute hazing ritual that they tend to do with new cars, yeah, I don't know. Might have a shot. Then again, they try and put the Mitsubishi Rockstar on American roads. General Motors will probably try to sue them, saying, "Oh, you're stealing our design." Because if there's one thing that you don't do, it's go up against the old Detroit Mafia.
They're like, oh yeah, look at your Japanese knockoff version of a Corvette, blah, blah, blah.
Ah, fuck those people. They're all
Over
cunts.
here, though. Look at this fit.
I'm just going to be hydrated and moisturized and in my lane and doing my thing with my Mitsubishi Rockstar, and the rest of them can prattle on with the gigantic, overpriced piece of shit SUVs that they drive that are just big and probably uncomfortable and can't see a bloody thing out of them, and they suck gasoline like they're guzzling gallons of milk, and just fuck them all.
Wow, okay, so now that we can open some of the cars, let's go to this Buddy. Open the back. I think this is what I'm more curious to see. I like this.
That is nice. Yeah, this looks like a Honda or Toyota SUV that they've... Oh, hybrid synergy drive. Okay, so that's Toyota tech. So this is like
I guess there really isn't too much luxury.
RAV4?
Would we consider Mitsubishi a luxury brand? I guess I kind of look at them as...
Sort of. The case could be made.
Luxury-esque. I mean, it got a big screen. That's good. All this looks very Ford, you know, like normal plastic. It's not giving like Infiniti, Lexus, BMW.
Yeah, where they excel is on the exteriors. The interiors, though, they tend to leave those alone for the most part. How does copyright patent infringement work with cars? I don't know. I just know that that General Motors and Chrysler and Ford have always acted like mafia types when it comes to anyone trying to encroach upon the American market.
Benz, Audi. This one's a 2001 though, right? So I guess it's 5 years old. Oh, 2003, oh no. I kind of wish there was a little more there. Let me look at this one again. I mean, I'm not expecting luxury in a sports car. But yeah, this one you see has like the dials. You see like this probably opens and closes, yeah.
It's basically an MX-5 Miata on the inside, left for the most part unadulterated. Also, fun bit of trivia. This was also sold briefly as the Fiat 124. So Fiat had a two-seater roadster, but a very brief period of time. All of it built on the Mazda MX-5 Miata platform. Unfortunately, it is no longer in production, much like most of Fiat's lineup, which is sad.
Small screen, nice cup holders. DVD, wow, look at that.
Probably for navigation.
Now let's look at the cheapest car we've seen.
Oh yeah. Definitely no frills on the interior with this one.
Yeah, I feel like for a 2001, I mean, maybe this isn't their expertise. I still feel like...
Well, there's a lot of fiddly bits that they would have to change up and move around. I think it's the interior that really starts to get expensive when you want to start fiddling around with that. So in a way, it's smarter for them to just leave all this alone for the most part. Body panels can be taken off and reworked and, transformed almost into a brand new car on the outside. This is harder to replace and work with. Yeah, it is kind of basic on the
car
inside.
itself. I mean, it says craftsmanship everywhere. I feel like all of this is done really nice. It's just here.
Yeah. Some of the finer details
right
where it looks
is
rather basic.
Very inexpensive vehicle. But you look at the outside, you look at the inside, it's giving, wow, this is like a $50,000, $60,000 car. Like, look at this.
But to keep some perspective, those bits that end up looking rather basic on the inside, as long as you keep it simple in there, that's less stuff to break over the long term. Like, say you wanted to own this car for like 10 years, even 20 years. There's less stuff on the interior of that car that risks breaking on you over that long period of time. So something worth bearing in mind. It's a vibe, definitely a vibe car. Definitely a series of vibe cars, all of these. Also, since they kept the electronics and everything so simple in there, I see a lot of that, and I see items that can be easily replaced or modified over time. Like the stereo. Very basic AM/FM radio, most likely. Quite easy to take that to a shop and say, I'd like something with a flip out touch screen that's got sat nav on it and, has Android Auto and Google CarPlay built in, Bluetooth, all the usual accoutrements that we're used to these days in modern cars. It's as easy as sliding out the old stereo unit and popping in a new one. And hey presto, you're ready to go. Easily replaced, but it's down to making sure you do. Yes. Some people can't be bothered.
You're not going to see this pull up. And how much is it? 3 million yen? That's around 20,000. A little less, honestly. High teens.
I mean, for a little city car, this really isn't all that bad. It's actually quite stylish.
Like, you see these just look, I don't know. Like, I'm also curious to know if this is still off a different car.
Yes,
like, you know how they use the Nissan March? Is this a Nissan March, but it's Yokad? Or, like this is unacceptable. It should not only have automatic windows on the driver. That's unacceptable for 2021. Let me go over here. These things all better be automatic.
Even my car's got auto windows, driver and passenger side.
Nah, I think it's just this one. It doesn't say. Yeah, it might just be driver again. Come on. So here's the new Vute Story Royal Edition for 5 million yen. There's no way that this does not have automatic windows all around. It doesn't say. Let me see. I think it does, though. I think it does. We're going to give it the benefit of the doubt.
It's possible that it does. I mean, the full auto up and down is available, I believe, on cars like the Volkswagen Jetta, but there's nothing on the actual rocker switches to delineate that. Auto windows are a Peter. Can never get used to driver's seat being on the right side. Yeah, it's just like with Britain. It's Japan is right-hand drive. Definitely take a car with character. These definitely have some character to them. They've got a little bit of X factor, just enough. Oh, is this some sort of British or Scottish leather that we're dealing with? I saw Union Jack flag on a tag. Let's back up the tape here.
Let me see. I think it does, though. I think it does. We're gonna give it the benefit.
Yeah, right there, chat. Right down there. You see a little flap. And there's the Union Jack. I wonder what the significance of that is.
Of the doubt.
Looks like it's a Mini Cooper.
Like, you see all this craftsmanship?
Could have taken some inspiration from
They do a
Mini
great
Cooper.
job with that.
Yeah.
This also looks pretty good. I don't mind this. Steering wheel looks great. We got some buttons there.
Now, this is not
This
bad.
is fine. I mean, it could definitely look better. It could definitely look more expensive, but again, like, we're touching that once. Got an HDMI table, heated seats, 2 car chargers, nice large screen, digital dash.
It looks like it's got, it looks like it's got lane keep assist, some sort of adaptive cruise control.
Sensors and buttons you need. I love the rear end on this one too. Like,
Definitely
these were
couldn't get
cool,
that
but I
on an
think
old
this
Jag.
looks like sporty. It's almost giving like a Ferrari.
Just a bit, yeah.
Oh yeah, look at that. See, like, they kill it with all of that. It's almost like the base. I don't know. Like, again, I don't know if this is based off another car, but as far as like the interior, well, not even interior, more like this POV right here. It doesn't seem like I'm in a Mitsubishi right now. It seems like I'm in a Nissan or, you know, something very inexpensive. Now, this POV, the exact opposite. This looks like a high-class, crafted vehicle. When we close the door, look at the Alcantara here. Same thing.
Some
Paint's in great
elements taken
condition.
out of a luxury
All
car.
this looks great.
And
We
some
can
elements
easily say for the front ends as well.
look like an economy car.
Look, you got like sensors there. Beautiful grille.
Chrome bumpers,
Like all
nice.
this. You know what I would say a lot of these cars are? It's kind of like the opposite of the Sentry. The Sentry is very normal looking, but the inside, 10 out of 10.
Yeah.
They killed it with.
He's talking about the new flagship car of Toyota, the Toyota Century, which is Japan's version of a Rolls-Royce. Handcrafted by probably a good baker's dozen worth of technicians and engineers from Toyota. So only their best of the best get to work on the Century models. And it is the pride and joy of Japan. It is like the national car. So much so that the emperor himself is chauffeured around in a Toyota Century.
Every single option when you possibly buy a Century, but at the end of the day, it's still Toyota. So like, these are kind of the opposite, where the outside is 10 out of 10 and the inside's okay. It's not terrible, but like, look at this one.
Yeah, that's pretty basic.
I would have loved if it said like U tier. Oh, this is a glove box, right? Or something there.
Looks like it's missing its
Like all this, it just seems.
informatics system. Yeah, that's not good.
Yeah, I guess I'll just stop mentioning it. Because again, like the seat feels so good. It smells so good. The door card, again, I mean, it's auto, so that's good. Let's check on the other side.
Yeah, it's closer examination. They kind of miss the finer points, but overall, it's different, and it's got some X factor to it. And certain models, I would still want one.
This better say auto. It doesn't say, but I'm going to give it, again, the benefit of the doubt. We're just going to assume that it does.
This one especially, I love this car.
Now that I was given access to open the doors... Oh, wait, look, it says Honda. So these are Hondas. Interesting. You think this is what?
That one I could tell, just especially from the interior. This is a Honda Civic that has been reworked. This is like a highly customized Honda Civic. Which, I mean, if you are going to customize and build what is essentially a fancier version of a kit car, you might as well base it off the bones of something really, really good. And what better than one of the gold standards in automobiles, and that's the Honda Civic. Are those heat events in the seat? I think they're just, I don't know, they're like rings or some sort of billet or something. I don't think they're actual vents. They're probably easier for the heat to get through these little portholes or whatever.
An Accord? Wow, imagine buying this Mitsuoka and when you open the door, it shows the Honda badge. Mate. Wow. So yeah, I guess these cars outside are still, you know, the blood and guts of a Honda, of maybe a Nissan, but then they just do all this, which is still fine. Well, that's crazy. This is a Honda.
Again, if you're going to base it off something,
I knew
base
it.
Good.
But anyway, this is what I wanted to say is that you see how good this.
Vivian Moon, Raiders, welcome in. If it's your first time here, I'm Lord Rexworth. I'm an English nobleman VTuber, and we're nerding out over cars right now. We are watching this channel is way before the fame, and he's taken us to a showroom of a car brand called Mitsuoka. And we're just looking at some really cool cars that they've modified from like existing or old Nissans and Mazdas and Hondas. How's your stream? Let me get you some shout-outs. I can probably guess what you were doing. You're either playing Fortnite. Yes, busy being a Lego Fortnite ninja. Yeah. I figured it had to be Fortnite or Dead by Daylight, one of the two. Those of you on Twitch, make sure you go follow Vivian Moon VT. Yes, they have Lego Ninjago and Fortnite. It was about bloody time. Anyways, Raiders, thank you so much. It's so cool, Rex. I'll have to check it out later. Raiders, if you need a raid and run, I totally understand. Need to do some after-stream care, get up and stretch, grab something to eat, something to drink, I totally understand. Please do that. We'll have to play it together. We shall sometime, yes. No, you can't without me. All right, all right. Fair enough. I could probably do with a tour guide anyway. Or someone to carry me. As Lord knows, I'm not very good at those sorts of games. But yeah, anyways, thank you so much for the raid.
This looks here. It looks more expensive.
Don't I already do that? Yes, you do.
All right, my whole opinion has changed now. Let me close this. I want to open maybe some of the other ones and see if they also have that.
Check out the back, open the back, open the back.
Wow.
Lift up the tailgate.
It's even more impressive that this is a Honda now. Now I understand the craftsmanship part. It's like, you know what? We don't even build cars. Forget that. That's not what we do. You guys can build a Honda, make it reliable. You guys, everyone's going to love the fact that this is a Honda Accord or whatever the case may be. What we're going to do at Mitsuoka, though, is that we're going to pimp it out. We're going to change everything so it looks nothing like a Honda. You still get the reliability and everything out of your Honda, but now you get the cool style. You're different than everybody else.
That's a smart strategy.
Let me see. Which other car had a digital dash?
And break poor Vivian's back.
No, all of these are normal. So it won't tell me anything. I'm sure if I pop the hood, should I? I mean, he said I could do what I wanted. So let me just pop the hood and see. Maybe it'll give us the answer right there. No, it's not that obvious. Maybe still a Nissan, though. This might be a Nissan March. What could this one be? Let's pop that real fast. Oh, Toyota. Wow, okay. Nice. All right, yeah. So like everything changes now. Mitsuoka's not the one designing it.
I'd probably be willing to bet a fiver that is a RAV4. That's either a RAV4 or some sort of, or maybe a 4Runner. Something in that family of SUVs. That's probably what we're dealing with.
Cars, they're just pimping them out. What do you think this is? Is this like an ND? No.
It's an MX-5 Miata.
There's not many two-door roadster cars that exist, though.
It's a Miata.
Could this be?
It's an MX-5.
There's no way this is a Miata. There's no shot. Wow. Guess what, guys?
It's the Miata.
Mazda Sky Active G, which means what two-door convertible could this possibly be? This is a Miata. Wow. So we have Mazda, Toyota. I'm just gonna assume this is still a Nissan March.
You got to close the bonnets properly, man.
And then, oh, the Ruga. What is this one? We have to check that. And then we have a Honda. Imagine this is like a, what brand are we missing at this point? Subaru? This might be a Subaru under this. No, it's hybrid. I've recognized this badge too, and I was like, that looks like
That's
a Toyota.
a Toyota, yeah. Toyota hybrid synergy drive, yes. Well, close the bonnet properly, man.
Well, would this be like a Camry? I just realized that doesn't even have rims.
Japanese would probably ask the people.
This has to be a
working in the
Miata too, then I'm
showroom.
assuming.
Well done. Oh, I
Here's
love
another
that
Vute.
green. I love this color.
2021 for 3.5.
Yeah, if I think I would probably get this one, chat. If I had to get this particular car, I would get this one because I love that green.
I wonder what makes it different. Oh,
Probably nervous about breaking something when closing it properly. Still, I mean, you just need to press down a bit and it'll block into place.
I have some wood grain and some nice pieces in there. But yeah, let me go inside and look at some of the merch and we'll get out of here. Before I leave, I obviously have to buy some merch. So I got 2 Vute tote bags, 2 of these, the Vute mugs, 2 Mitsuoka sticker packs in general. And then I got 2, I think these are handkerchiefs. I don't even see a price,
Yes,
but I'm assuming it's... I don't even know, honestly. It can't be too expensive. But I think that's everything that, you know, makes sense. I could get a keychain, but I don't really have one of the cards. I actually really like this tie, the Mitsuoka one. I don't know, and then the pins. But let's see, I think the Patreon homies are probably going to make me come back here anyway. So I'll end this video here. Thank you guys for watching. What a cool place. My respect for these cars has gone up tremendously just from being here.
Remember the name. This is way before the fame.
It looks like, looks like he's got another video where he bought 2 Honda NSXs at auction in Japan. Yeah, you know what? We may need to subscribe to him because I think we may have some more interesting content to react to in the future. But for now, Jedi, welcome in. How are you? We'll go ahead and pop a link into the chat for everyone. Go check out Way Before the Fame. Let's see. Okay, so we're going to make a quick hop from Japan to Hong Kong, and then we'll come back to Japan again, because we're going to go see how the other half lives. That is a new crown jewel in the Hong Kong skyline. It is the tallest building in the Hong Kong skyline. And on top of it all, it's a brand new Ritz-Carlton. Tired from work and had to drive slowly because snow. Well, good thing you're driving slowly. Do take care out there. Let's give this a watch.
The Ritz-Carlton Hong Kong is home to quite a few world records. At 118 floors, it's one of the tallest luxury hotels on the planet and definitely the tallest building here in Hong Kong. It has a total of 3 Michelin stars inside, a Forbes 5-star spa, and some places that you just have to see to believe. So, of course, I had to do a full review and another tower climb. I travel around the world and review luxury hotels out of 50 points in 5 categories. The categories, like always, are the ambiance, the room, the dining, the service, and the it factor. I'm not associated or sponsored by the Ritz-Carlton in any way. This is just a review from a guest staying here for the very first time. Now, the hotel is all the way at the very top of the tower from floors 102 to 180.
Oh, okay, so the entire tower itself is not a hotel. It's just the top floors. The rest is probably office space.
18. So this time, let's start at the top floor.
And of course they've got Rolls Royces as part of their...
This elevator ride is 60 seconds all the way to the top, and your ears will definitely be popping. I also forgot to mention everything underneath 102 is just a mall and a movie theater. It's not part of the hotel. All right, let's keep moving.
Oh, it's all shopping mall and a cinema. I would have figured it'd just be office space. That's interesting.
Let's start our tower climb here on the 118th floor, all the way at the
slip
top.
and fall into the pool,
So this
lad.
is the world's tallest indoor swimming pool here at the Ritz-Carlton. They also have an indoor jacuzzi, outdoor jacuzzi, and a cold plunge, which unfortunately is currently under maintenance. But look at this incredible space. You can overlook the entire city of Hong Kong here. This is the tallest building in the
wouldn't mind
city,
going for
and
a
it
dip
does
there.
literally feel like you are swimming in the clouds. It's generally just a very calm location. It's not too popular.
That's all right.
Also on the...
Then again, it's the Ritz-Carlton, and, you know, not just anyone can stay there. Also, I like that it looks like their wall clock in their gym, I think that's modeled after an AP Royal Oak.
118th floor is the gym. Now, it's not the most spacious, but it does have a heck of a view. Now, there is a balcony out there that obstructs it a little bit, so you can't really see. You have to look through 2 layers of glass here, but it's still
hazy
up
out
in
too.
the sky when you're exercising. All of the equipment is new. It's techno gym, so it's very modern in here. And there's something cool here called the elevated meditation room, where you can go and meditate up here in the sky.
I would do that. I would go into that room and I would meditate. I would sit down and I would have myself a proper think.
Couple floors down now on 116, this is the spa. And they have a few different treatments here I want to talk about, like cryotherapy, a lava shell scrub treatment. A lot of their facials are in partnership with La Mer, which is a very high-end skincare brand. And they also have a diamond facial that's supposed to lift your face without, of course, getting an actual facelift.
Does it involve the actual use of diamonds? I wonder.
Very modern and very dimly lit, and generally I'm impressed with the way they designed it. Let's keep it moving. We're now in the Ritz-Carlton Lounge. So this is only accessible for those who have booked a suite here at the hotel, or if you pay a 1,500 Hong Kong dollars supplement every day.
Wait, 1,500 Hong Kong dollars. Hang on a minute. Just how much does that work into? Where's my currency converter? Here we are. Let's see. Fire this up. You said 1,500 Hong Kong dollars. That works out to £143.98, or about $192.69. Makes you feel like a diamond. You're rough going in, polished coming out. Shine bright like a diamond.
There's a little buffet, some sweeping views of the city, but really not much else here. It kind of reminds me of a first-class lounge at an airport, but it's just a little bit boring compared to the rest of the hotel.
It's not bad, but yeah, it's not too much different from...
Now, they did let us know that the room
lounge
is ready, but before we go up there, let's talk about the ground floor just for a moment. So over here, they have a flower boutique, which is really beautiful, but otherwise it's pretty corporate and sterile down here, which is the case in most tower hotels. There's a small seating area, but important to note, as soon as you walk into the Ritz-Carlton, they do enforce the dress code pretty severely. So for men and women, I would call it business casual at a minimum, and they definitely don't allow pets.
Yeah, they do. You're not getting in here looking like some sort of slob tourist. You want to stay at the Ritz-Carlton, you bloody well better look the part. See, someone like me who almost exclusively wears shirts with collars, most of the time polo shirts and trousers, you know, and that's probably as casual as I get. I would be just fine. But yeah, you come in with your anime waifu T-shirt or something like that, and your cargo shorts and flip flops, and like no. You're not getting in here, mate. You come back when you're properly dressed. Exactly. Fancy hotel, got to be best dressed proper. I could never dress in a suit all the time. Too stuffy for me. I mean, the good news is business casual, so they're not asking you to be in a suit and tie or in black tie and tails everywhere. Just, you know, throw on a bit of class with your wardrobe. Just a little bit.
Up on the 103rd floor is the main lobby. So this is where you check in, talk to
You have to climb 103 floors just to get to the lobby.
concierge and get directions around this kind of confusing tower. It's also the central hub for all of the most important places in this hotel, so you can take escalators and elevators anywhere you need to go. So the base rooms here at the Ritz-Carlton start at $550 per night as of this.
That sounds about right for the Ritz-Carlton, the Four Seasons, the Waldorf Astoria, maybe even the Conrad, or something like I don't know, probably not a JW Marriott. But yeah, $550 a night. That's about the going rate. Honestly, it could be worse. Good cardio. Yeah, thankfully you can take the lift.
Recording, but before I show you that, let's go down and give it an ambiance score. That's far from everything in this incredibly tall tower, but those are all.
That's about the price of a Disney hotel room. I think given the choice, I'd rather have the room at the Ritz-Carlton. But then again, I'm a Ritz sort of chap.
All of the public spaces and amenities available to guests. Having spent some time here, it really does feel similar to other tower videos on the channel like the Signal, where it's a little bit more cold and a little bit more minimal. It's missing some of those touches that come with other luxury hotels that give it a sense of place or really a sense of connection with its guests.
I think some of the darker tones and colors, especially wood on the walls, that can help in making things at least a little bit warm. Because if they were to do anything else, it really would just look so cold and sterile. Mr. Fancy, that's me.
So I gave the ambiance a 7.5 out of 10.
Middling fair, I suppose.
There are 312 rooms here, all from floors 104 to 115.
It's fairly decent.
Welcome to
size hotel.
floor 113. So this is a base level room with views of the South China Sea. My first take on walking in the room is I'm not super impressed. For example, the wallpapering here is kind of peeling off and just looks a little bit low quality.
Yeah. On that alone, I would expect much better from the Ritz. That is disappointing.
Like it was just kind of placed on there. It's also not very clean. So look at that. That's just from running my hand on the wall for just a moment here, which is definitely not very good.
Oh,
so
that's
they should do a
disgusting.
better job of cleaning the walls in here. Pretty bad. Look at all
Staff, dust that. Do a proper job.
that. Generally speaking,
that is bad. In the old days, especially when Horst Schultz was running Ritz-Carlton, that sort of thing would be unthinkable. It would be unthinkable to allow that to happen. It would not happen under his charge. Really goes to show you how far hotels and hospitality in general have fallen post-COVID. Yeah, for $550 and you've got dust on the walls and wallpaper that's peeling, and this is supposed to be, I think this is supposed to be a brand new hotel or fairly new. I mean, it's not that old. You're right, actually, it's unacceptable.
is a nice room. It's quite small and something looks a little strange with the bed, like it's a little bit lopsided or maybe needs to be pressed a little bit more. I know I'm sounding really critical walking into the room, but for Hong Kong at this price point, there are other very competitive hotels, many of which I've reviewed on this channel, that this just doesn't really hold up. However,
at this point, I'd be going to stay at the Raffles or somewhere else.
You do have that view. So look, I know we've talked about the views quite a lot in this review so far, but you have an equally impressive, incredible view from the
Do
room.
they still have a Raffles in Hong Kong? I can't remember. Let me take a look here real quick. I'll look it up on my phone. I think there's still a Raffles in Hong Kong. Raffles, Hong Kong. Yeah, I've still got a Raffles in Hong Kong. Yeah. If the Ritz has fallen that much, I'd say go to the Raffles or go to the Mandarin Oriental. Because at least, you know, with them, I mean, I would pray that they wouldn't let the sides down, but then again, I've been disappointed before.
They do say the Ritz-Carlton Hong Kong has the best view of the harbor and the city, and I do think that's true. The sun sets right across from the building. It really is beautiful. Let's go into the bathroom and test the shower. Now for the bathroom, which is actually quite nice for this room. In fact, it feels like it's almost the same size as the actual room that you're staying in. It's a dual vanity here with a single mirror, really nicely designed, good high quality materials in here. You've got a rain shower with a very large rain head, we're gonna test that in a moment, and a separate toilet area. However, that also needs a pretty thorough cleaning. This just represents how unfortunately dirty this hotel room really is. So much dust and debris on this metal part here. You cannot even see yourself in the mirror. Look at that. Truly disgusting. I feel like I need to wash my hands. So the shower test is 3 criteria points. That is the size, the ease of use, and the pressure. Let's start with the size. It's a pretty spacious rain shower with a tiny little seat here that you could sit on. Generally, it's bigger than what you find in most.
That is something that you just put the edge of your arse on and hope you don't fall over.
Base level standard luxury hotel rooms. So the size is a plus. Now ease of use is also a plus. If you look at the handles here, they're very easy to understand which is which.
Yeah, that's a good point, Valerian. They need to pick easier to clean decor. But also walls in a guest room should not be getting that dusty. That shows they're letting the sides down on some fairly important details that if you're going to spend that much money per night at the Ritz-Carlton, then yeah, they need to do better.
Which are the handheld sprayer and the rain shower. Hot and cold are very clearly marked and very distinct, and they're easy to turn on. Now let's test the pressure. The pressure is soft but consistent. The one negative is there definitely is some spraying going on here, so it looks like maybe something might be not fully tightened. Overall, pass the shower test. Over here, there's a full bathtub with a loofah, bath salts, a television ready to play your favorite movies, a pillow for your head, one of the most inviting.
Maybe longer.
I turned it off a good amount of time ago and it is still dripping. They should definitely come in and tighten that.
Yeah,
Back in the
that's
main
not
room
good.
now, there are a few more things to show you, including the mini bar here, which one positive for the room, it does have a lot of water, and that's definitely something I look for. A small Nespresso machine over here, a tea kettle, and
You know you're dealing with a fancy hotel when they've got Nespresso machines in the rooms rather than just your bog standard coffee maker.
some Hong Kong branded amenities, which I do appreciate. Now they aren't
Let's go back for a minute.
a lot of water, and that's definitely something I look for. A small Nespresso machine over here, a tea kettle, and some Hong Kong
Our London vodka for Hong Kong. Interesting. A vodka blended and hand bottled exclusively for the Ritz-Carlton Hong Kong at our micro distillery in Hackney, London. Huh. British vodka. Didn't even know that existed. Right, this is like a Motel 6 pretending to be fancy. I don't know if I go that far, but I mean, they are missing some of the finer details that you would think they would absolutely have down pat. Sounds like one of those funny movie mistranslations. Yeah.
branded amenities, which I do appreciate. Now they aren't included, of course. The pricing is reasonable, but you open up the drawer, we've got West.
It's like Chivas Regal, Johnny Walker Black Label. Looks like some sort of brandy.
Westernized, international, or American potato chips and a keto protein bar. It also looks like there used to be more in here and it got taken out. So this is pretty sparse. In the mini bar, nothing really too impressive or interesting. Just a couple of different juices and some standard sodas. A little disappointed in all of that.
Too.
They did give us a complimentary amenity here. Let's give this one a try. These are individually wrapped walnut cookies. Definitely far from the best welcome amenity. And not the freshest, but could be wrong.
Okay, but are they better than the chocolate chip cookies that you get at Doubletree hotels?
Definitely far from the best welcome amenity.
No?
And not the freshest.
Joe, thank you for the 50
Could be
kicks.
wrong. Very dry. And not a good flavor at all. You would
Damn. Okay, so confirmed, Doubletree Hotel chocolate chip cookies are better. They're not, yeah, these aren't even chocolate that he ate.
think for the price point per night, they could have a different kind of welcome amenity for you, especially because I booked through my Marriott Rewards program, and they know that I've stayed at many Marriotts around the world, and still there was nothing.
How do you screw up the basic cookie snacks? I don't know. I mean, here's the one thing with Hilton and with Doubletree is they know better than to fuck up the chocolate chip cookies. Those have always been on offer, and I don't think they've ever changed the recipe, and they're still fantastic. Which is really saying something, because, you know, Doubletree is like, I think, one or two classes below something like a Ritz-Carlton. Maybe just one class below. And yet, better cookies. And probably a better stay experience.
to signify that in the room. But that really is the whole room here at the Ritz-Carlton. I don't know how the score is going to turn out. Before we continue with our tower climb here, the holiday season can be so difficult to find the perfect gift for your loved ones, or especially for those who are always traveling. Let's get back to the review.
That robe.
I'm going to sleep in this bed now, but before I do, I want to call the front desk and order room service breakfast for a certain time tomorrow morning. A little later in this review, we're going to see if the food showed up on time, if it was hot, if it was fresh. I always order the same thing. So let's call the front desk. Yes, hello. Could I order room service breakfast tomorrow, please?
Yes.
Could I order a black coffee and an eggs Benedict?
May I know what time set to you go?
Can we do it for 7 a.m.?
At 7 a.m. tomorrow morning. Welcome.
Bye now.
Bye.
Let's get some sleep.
That's nice. And it's got good taste in breakfast with eggs Benedict. Yes, eggs Benedict, so good. Eggs Benedict is almost like my backup choice. If a full English breakfast is not available to me, but eggs Benedict are, I'm going with an eggs Benedict. Or, you know, there could be days that I'm not in a full English breakfast sort of mood. Definitely go for the eggs Benedict. Which, actually, now that I think of it, first time I ever tried eggs Benedict was prepared by chefs at a Ritz-Carlton. It was really, really good. I've yet to have eggs Benedict. It's on my side quest bucket list. Definitely give it a try. Even if it's just going to a diner, like an IHOP or a Denny's. I think IHOP has eggs Benedict on the menu. Which, I mean, a pretty low bar there, because it is IHOP. But, yeah, give it a try. You won't regret it.
Good morning. So this bed was okay. It's not going to add much to the room score, won't take much away from it. Overall, it's kind of how I've been feeling generally about this room. It's just nothing to write home about. But
I mean, if this were a Hilton or just your standard Marriott, that would be one thing, but this is the Ritz-Carlton. You've come to expect better, and he's not getting better, and that's really disappointing. Have you tried the variants like smoked salmon? I prefer eggs Benedict with smoked salmon, actually. And I think the first time I ever tried eggs Benedict, it was on a bed of smoked salmon. And it was divine. I could hear angels singing as I took a bite. $550 for a mid-hotel stay, I'd be pissed. I would too. I would be right proper cross.
Let's give it an official room score now and then go see the rest of the hotel.
Wait, what about
So
your
I've
breakfast?
seen many more impressive hotel rooms, even here in Hong Kong, that the Ritz-Carlton just unfortunately does not compete with. The biggest standout to me, how dirty the room was. The wall and a lot of the spaces around the room just need a thorough cleaning. The shower test was of course passed. The bed is comfortable and soft, but neither of those were markedly amazingly impressive. Considering everything in here, it was pretty average for a luxury hotel stay. Now don't get me wrong, it's definitely comfortable and it has everything that you could need. There's just really nothing exceptional about it. I gave the Ritz-Carlton Hong Kong room a 6 out of 10. There are some world-class restaurants here, many of which have Michelin stars. So let's get down there and give them a try. There are 4 restaurants and 1 bar here, ranging from Italian to Cantonese to international. 2 of them are buffets, 2 of them have Michelin stars, and all of them have incredible ambiance and decor.
Let's hope the food is better than the rooms.
So for breakfast here, this is the lounge and bar. It is also on the 102nd floor alongside a few of the other restaurants that we'll see in just a second. This is a full buffet that they have all day, breakfast, lunch, and dinner, and they have some really interesting things here that I want to show you. So one of the staff here has seen the channel and knows how much I love croissants. So they brought out this massive croissant to the table. Now they make these croissants every week for the buffet and put them out. So it's not just for me. And I don't think they want me to eat it. The level of care that goes into making one of these every single week and having it look this good is incredible. They also...
I could almost believe that was prepared by Texans, because that's almost like a Texas-sized croissant. Honestly, that would be a thing for tourists. There's already a thing where out in West Texas, there's a particular steak restaurant where they do the thing where if you eat this gigantic steak in under an hour, then it's free. Otherwise, they charge you an arm and a leg for the steak. I could see someone in Texas, possibly from a French background, creating giant croissants, and if you can eat it all in under an hour, the giant croissant is free. So, you Frenchies who happen to live in Texas, if you're watching, might want to consider making that a reality. I'm sure the tourists would love it, and you'd probably make some decent money off of it too. You're welcome. Yeehaw.
Also have Ritz-Carlton branded waffles here. What a very interesting touch. This is not that hard to do, but it's very rare to find something like this at a buffet at a luxury restaurant. For the brunch here, all of the flavors have been really great. The plating is lovely. You can really never run out of options.
Oh, wait a minute. Didn't he... What's he doing down in the restaurant? I thought he ordered room service for 7 a.m. It was supposed to be Eggs Benedict. We never saw the Eggs Benedict. Did they forget? Time skip? Maybe?
This is Tusca d'Angelo, a
Must have been that bad. I don't know.
Michelin-starred Southern Italian restaurant here at the Ritz-Carlton. Chef Angelo is the chef that put the menu together based on growing up in Italy, and he was inspired by legendary chefs like Joel Robuchon. The menu tonight is a tasting menu, an a la carte menu, and they have a truffle special. So I asked for the most popular thing and the dessert to give it a try. So the amuse-bouche here, which usually prefaces the menu in a tasting course, is a cauliflower cloud with caviar on top, and there's some home...
A cauliflower cloud with caviar on top? What the hell is a cauliflower cloud? What, they just take cauliflower and put it in a blender and just whip it up until it becomes almost like a souffle? Is that how that works? And then they just top it off with a small spoonful of caviar? It doesn't sound terribly appetizing. It definitely doesn't sound amusing. I think it's some kind of baked cauliflower. Huh. I'm going to try it once. But if it's supposed to be an amuse-bouche, it, yeah, not very amusing, if you ask me, but that's just my opinion.
Made sourdough bread, which looks incredible. They came out with 4 different types of olive oil and hand-selected the ones that we feel would be best with the dishes that I selected. Really impressive first start to this menu.
All right. Very bougie.
There's a lobster jelly underneath the cauliflower cloud, and the caviar is a really nice touch there as well. With any starter dish, it should always be light to prepare your palate for all of the heavier dishes to come, especially at an Italian restaurant. One of the most interesting things about Tusca is the open kitchen. So you can watch all of the dishes being prepared and plated before they go out for the night. So the main course just arrived. This is a prawn pasta dish, and they've taken 2 prawns and arranged them into a heart and filled it with the pasta here.
Very small portions, very Italian, very European style portions. Quite similar to an Italian restaurant I dined at years ago in Sunshine City in Tokyo, where they had, yeah, I had a pasta dish, I think. And it was a fairly small portion. Being used to large portions living in exile here in America, I was still a bit hungry afterwards, so I ended up going to a conveni and getting some snacks afterward. How Italian can we get? Give them 4 types of olive oil. Brilliant.
They make all of their pastas in-house, of course. Whoa, that is a wonderful pasta dish. So you definitely want to have every last bite here, not only because it's extraordinarily good, but also because each plate averages around 80 to 150 US dollars per plate. Now, the city of Hong Kong
So
is
really
expensive.
fucking
It's one of the most
expensive.
expensive in the world. Dining is still not
The small portions are so you have room for snacks. Duh. Oh. So that's what I was doing wrong. Okay.
usually this expensive, so something to consider. Given how great that dinner was, I cannot wait to try the dessert here. They gave us a olive oil sorbet with
Wait, what? Olive oil sorbet? How the hell do you make sorbet out of olive oil?
fresh olive oil over the top. Very appetizing. I can already tell it's going to be citrusy and fresh and really bright. Digging in. The sorbet is so delicate and beautiful. I will say they added some grapefruit over the top of it, and I think the grapefruit bitterness kind of detracts from the dish. It stands alone by itself as a sorbet with the dried fruits on the side. Whoa.
And chocolates. And macarons.
Any other macaron fans out there? I'm a big macaron fan. So the general manager just came out. He let us know that they are
You know what? Fuck you. Sorbet's your olive oil.
trying for their
Chocolate.
second Michelin star. And that's a big jump to go from 1 star to 2 star. I've been very fortunate to review a lot of 1 Michelin star restaurants on this channel. This is one of the best, hands down. Can't wait for the second dinner option here at the Ritz-Carlton Hong Kong. I'm here in the legendary Tin Long Kin, which means Chinese restaurant in the clouds. It is a iconic Chinese restaurant and also the tallest in the world currently. They have 2 Michelin stars that they've had for 13 years, and they got 1 Michelin star right out of the gate in their first year of business. They serve traditional Cantonese cuisine like dim sum and bird's nest. So I ordered 2 of the most interesting things on the menu that the chef recommended. I also got their tea setup. So tea is very important here in Hong Kong. They have very premium high-end tea selections. This is the Jade Cloud Green Tea, and it is served alongside the dinner experience. So I couldn't be more excited.
I'd honestly just show up for the Jade Cloud Green Tea. That looks amazing.
So they brought out some cashews and some XO sauce, which we learned in the Peninsula review was actually brought to Hong Kong by that hotel. I'm a few sips into the tea now, and wow, this is hands down the best tea I've had in Hong Kong, which is saying something because almost every restaurant since I've been here has served really excellent tea. This one is just exceptional. The dim sum have arrived. For those who maybe haven't had dim sum before, it's like a small dumpling, and inside of it is different ingredients. So this is a more traditional dim sum. There's 2 different ones here. The first one is shrimp and lobster.
Oh.
I do like it. I think it's missing something. It's hard to explain. The flavor is not very strong. Maybe it's meant to be dipped. Let's try the second one. So this dim sum, of course, would be considered a luxury or elevated version. You can see there's a lot inside of it. Those watching from the United States who maybe never been to Hong Kong or China, Chinese food is very different in the United States. It's a totally different kind of Chinese cuisine. So
Yeah, it is not like your Chinese takeaway. But yeah, you find a good dim sum place anywhere, mark that in your favorites because it's just, especially outside of China, incredibly hard to find. Well, I say that. Japanese have steamed buns available in a lot of their konbinis. But aside from that, really hard to get good dim sum and good steamed buns anywhere else. But yes, God, I love dim sum. I was just looking at that chart and I'm just like,
nuts.
Oof.
This is bird's nest. It is a very rare high-end delicacy here in Hong Kong and also in China. How they gather the bird's nest is they literally climb up to the nest of a certain type of bird who makes their nest out of saliva. It's then harvested from these high up peaks, brought down, soaked, and becomes this gelatinous jello type texture, and they put it into soup. So it's a
wait. Hold on a minute. You're telling me that bowl of soup there is bird spit soup? That sounds disgusting. Who the fuck would eat something like that?
very arduous, very time-intensive process that has to be done by hand, which is why it's...
I think we're obsessing a bit too much over the process here, and not really focusing on the fact that that is bird spit soup. That is a gigantic bowl of bird spittle.
so premium and so expensive.
It's almost like that, what is it? The cat shit coffee. The little wild cats that eat coffee beans and then shit them out, and somebody collects the shit and ferments it and turns it into coffee. Shirako exists. I have no idea what Shirako is. Even worse when he said it's expensive. Yeah. Very, very expensive to eat bird spittle soup. Now I can imagine it's a Tex Avery style cartoon of someone squeezing a bird like a sponge. Fish scene. Ugh.
So I kind of figured that the bird's nest, the saliva, would have a gelatinous but flavorless kind of taste. And that's very much true. So this is actually a lobster soup that they use bird's nest in. It's really the only taste and flavor profile here is...
No, I'm sorry. They have ruined a perfectly good lobster by soaking it in the spittle of a fucking bird. Who the hell thought this would be a good idea? Whoever it is, they need to be publicly flogged. Humans really do be putting anything in their mouths. Sometimes, yeah. And in this case, they're doing it to be bougie, to just say, I paid an epic fuck ton of money for bird spittle soup just so I can lord it over everybody else and say how better I am than you because I had this at the Ritz-Carlton. How do we make this lobster more fancy? Oh, I know, bird loogies. It's just so absurd. This is ridiculous.
Lobster, but the texture is like Jell-O. So the
from a distance, it looks like it's supposed to be just like a French onion soup. When somebody tells you, no, that's bird spittle, I just, no, I'm not fucking eating that. That is disgusting.
Chef just brought out their shrimp toast, which is something they are very known for. And let me tell you, it smells insane. So
all
good.
Right. Now we are getting back to sanity. Shrimp toast. Okay, it's toast with little bits of shrimp on top. Okay. It's, a bit peasant foody, but, you can bougie it up a bit. It's like Jell-O, then just use gelatin. I know, right? Or, I don't know, maybe just make French onion soup with lobster. Actually, now that I think of it, French onion soup with bits of lobster in it, that would be really good.
Whoa. Whoa. That is the best thing I've had here. Hands down. Really, really great. Sweet and sour.
A seafood soup, yeah. Yeah, little bits of lobster, maybe some shrimp, and use a French onion soup base. Honestly, that sounds really fucking good right now.
Mixed with the crunch and the umami flavor of the prawn, the buttery toast. That is something I would come back for. It's
that's
so
good
apparent
eating.
why this restaurant has had 2 Michelin stars for 13 years straight. The chef here is very skilled. Presentation, beautiful, flavors, immaculate.
that's
A lot of
good.
local
That looks
ingredients.
good.
All the prawns are caught locally, for example. The local traditions, popular items in Hong Kong, but elevated literally in the tower, but also elevated to Michelin level. And there's a dish.
I think that's probably what you're paying so much per night for. Since this has really turned out to be such a mid hotel, you're paying more for the views than anything else. And that to me just seems like a terrible rip-off.
That I've been wanting to try ever since I touched down in Hong Kong, which is the
I hate it when places do that, where they make you pay a premium for the view, and then they cut corners and skimp out on all of the other finer details, hoping you won't notice because you're too entranced by some fancy view. Yeah, it's laziness. And I hate it. It's an absolute rip-off, and it pisses me off every time.
Kong egg tart, but they also brought out some small bites for after dessert. So this is very common at Michelin restaurants. It's called Petite Four, or sometimes a little gift that they give you. They have it in the Hong Kong Star Ferry, some mochi and some cookies. But before we get into that, I have to show you this.
Bento.
It's a small pastry here that has a cream filling in the center. And they're said, I cannot leave this city without trying it.
Okay, it's a miniature creme brulee.
That has
Custard
the flavor
cream.
and consistency of a shortbread cookie, but it's warm and flaky. That's a great end to an excellent dinner. This dinner is truly
That's a
a
nice dessert.
symphony. I've tried many things I've never tried before. Just a great experience, something I'll remember for a long time. But next, and the final stop in our dining segment, is a world-famous bar. Let's try the signature drink and show you some of the views.
Ah, cocktail time.
Now on the 118th floor of the Ritz-Carlton, so the very
At a bar called Ozone, because apparently we are scraping the edge of the ozone layer.
very top is the Bar Ozone. So this is an extremely different, unique, future-focused bar concept where they
it's very
combine the
cyberpunk.
traditional cocktails of the past with the mixology.
It has, with the granary and just all of this, it looks like sort of organic cyberpunk. That's the vibe I'm getting from this place.
Of the future. That's represented here in the menu that's interactive and with how the menu is written. Let me read just a little excerpt from it for you.
It's one of those little things where you rotate it and the image changes, things disappear, things start to move. One of those little motion photo thingies, which honestly you would get those in you would get them inside cereal boxes when you were a child, in the 90s and even in the early 2000s. That, I don't know, seems a bit kitschy to me. Kind of looks like a rainforest cafe. Maybe a little bit. Maybe just a bit. A kaleidoscope? I don't know if you call it a kaleidoscope. But yeah, one of those little kitschy things I remember when you were kids, they practically gave those things away.
For you. And you can get
Does that count as holographic? Maybe?
a sense of what this bar is like. Nexus. Each cocktail serves as a conduit, spanning temporal rifts and thematic divides. Here, the tendrils of the past intertwine with the vibrant zest of the tropics, while dystopian shadows meld with flashes of future tropicale. It's crafting a taste of worlds both lost and yet to be discovered.
I'm hearing all that, and I think back to who is it? Nate, whoever it was that helped run Martini's bar in It's a Wonderful Life. I hear all that. It brings out that old line from the film. It's like, look, pal, we serve hard drinks for people who want to get drunk and fast. Had binders like that as a kid. I think I had one of those too. I can't remember.
So if that doesn't get you excited to try a drink here,
it doesn't.
I don't know what would. One more cool thing about
a lot of that just sounds like a lot of pretentious bullshit. Like, just whip up a fucking cocktail and make it not shit. Just make it good, please.
Ozone, it is actually the highest bar in the world. Yes, it is the tallest bar in the entire world and has won so many awards, including the best bar in Hong Kong. So they have quite the menu here at Ozone, including these
Well, that's what you're paying for here, pretentious bullshit. But I don't want to pay for pretentious bullshit. I just want quality. I just want a good, proper drink. It's like, do they know how to mix up a good Manhattan or a vodka martini? You know, can they actually, honestly, my acid test for a lot of the fancier bars out there is, do their bartenders know how to create a Vesper martini? Which, if any of you have read the novel or seen the movie Casino Royale, Bond movie, very good one, by the way, directed by Martin Campbell, also directed GoldenEye, one of the best Bond movies. The drink recipe is simple, and it comes out strong. 3 measures of Gordon's gin, 1 of vodka, a half measure of quinoa lillet, shake it over ice, and garnished with a thin slice of lemon peel. In modern parlance, you would substitute the Gordon's gin for Tanqueray or maybe Bombay Sapphire Beefeater. Vodka, I would say go with Belvedere, Grey Goose, or Stolichnaya. And then Lillet, half measure Lillet Blanc, shake it up, serve with a thin slice of lemon peel. It is a really good cocktail, super strong. Those of you who are lightweights, you might not even be able to finish one. Me, I have about 2, maybe 2.5 of those, and I am done for the night. My test is a hurricane. I forget what goes into a hurricane. But yeah, do they know how to make a good Manhattan? Or do they know how to make a good old-fashioned? And do they use quality ingredients? Do they even have quality ingredients available? And if so, how badly do they mark them up? You know, what at a particular bar do they consider top shelf? Because there's some that they will put things on the top shelf that do not belong on the top shelf. Whiskey, triple sec, fruit punch, not much else, but you'd be surprised how often bartenders screw it up. Interesting. Another one that I'd like to have someone craft for me, that's if I don't craft it myself eventually. A Singapore Sling. I believe it originates from the, I guess it's the Raffles Hotel over in Singapore. Supposed to be a really good cocktail. I've never had one before, but I would like to try one.
very large olives, and a specialty cocktail called the Secret Garden, which is $50 US. Let's
see, what do they put in there? Tanqueray number 10. Okay, so that's Tanqueray's top shelf gin. Grand Marnier, that's fancy stuff, not cheap. Clarified milk. I wonder if is that the same as evaporated milk? I'm not sure. And then chamomile and rosemary reduction. Yeah, that sounds expensive. How much? $50 for this cocktail. I mean, the number 10 gin alone is fairly pricey, and so is a Grand Marnier in large enough quantities. Sounds like a scam item, like those activated almonds. Yeah, this will really activate your almonds here. This price.
The overall atmosphere of this place is just one of a kind. So that was Ozone, and
yeah, no. Look, the girl DJ, she's cute. Okay, I'd probably ask for her number, maybe try to get a date with her. I don't know if I want to go into a place like this that's got, a live DJ blaring music so loud. It's like, please, let's just have someone at the piano playing the hits, and I just want to enjoy my cocktail in peace. There's probably a reason why there's not a lot of people hanging out here. If it's anything like clarified butter, they probably separated the fat from the milk. Oh, so it's like skim milk, basically.
And the final stop in the dining segment of this review, but you tell me, is it a creative reinvention of a bar, or is it a lot of hype and buzzwords?
It's a lot of hype, a lot of buzzwords, a lot of bullshit, and they don't even give you the pleasure of live music. They hire a DJ to just no. This is... Nothing about this really seems like proper Ritz-Carlton. This would be... I could see a place like this at, say, the W Hotel. Or, you know, one of those sort of hipster-like hotel, either independent or chain. I don't think this is a good fit for the Ritz-Carlton, if I'm being just completely and totally frank, which I am. I'd take an old record player over a DJ. Yeah, looks like she only had twin CD players to work with.
Either way, let's give this hotel a dining score. From Tin Lun Hing to Tosca, these were some of the best restaurants I've reviewed on this channel. It makes sense. They have multiple Michelin stars here, and there's options for those that don't want the fine dining route to eat at the buffet. Now, I think their buffets were definitely not as strong as their sit-down dinner options. I gave the dining at the Ritz-Carlton an 8.5 out of 10. Now, it wouldn't be a Ritz-Carlton without the incredible service and their ladies and gentlemen program. Can't wait to see how they do in the service segment. It is 6:57. The food arrived 3 minutes early here, which is great. Always better early than on time or late. The Eggs Benedict is a very full plate. So I've had a lot of different Eggs Benedict at
that does look good.
A lot of different hotels. This is probably the most full plate and heavy plate of Eggs Benedict. We've got our coffee here. Smells amazing. Hot, but not too hot. Really great. Let's cut some eggs. Let's see how runny the yolks are.
Oh,
Put some truffle on top. Nice. So they definitely passed the breakfast test, but we won't know for sure until we give it an official service test. So the service test is the part of the review where I call the front desk and ask for something that they're not used to hearing. Now, it's not about if they can actually do it, it's more about how they respond and if they at least attempt to do it. In the past, I've asked for staff.
That's a decent acid test. With time travel, once again, we've jumped from the evening back to morning.
To all sign a soccer ball in Barcelona or to make a camera out of chocolate. Here in Hong Kong, they celebrate the Chinese Lantern Festival. It's a huge festival that happens once per year, and I want to see if they can build something like that for me in the room. Hello, can you hear me?
Hello, yes.
Okay, perfect. I have kind of a strange request for you. The Chinese Lantern Festival, you know, that happens here in Hong Kong. Oh, hold on. Someone's calling my other line. 1 second.
Good evening, Mr. Walker. This is Leo from our Tabbening line. As we have received a missed call from your room, may I know how could I help?
Oh, no. So I'm on the other line with them right now.
Oh, understood.
Thank you. I know. All right. That didn't quite work. We're going to try again.
Good evening. How may I see Mr. Walker?
Hi there. I was on the line with someone else from the concierge.
Understood. And I will put you through to them again.
Okay.
I'm sorry that as
Oh,
we are
good
currently
man.
engaged at the moment. Would you mind I'll have time to get back to you shortly?
Okay, no problem. I'll be here. Okay. Kind of a strange series of interactions.
Good evening, Mr. Walker. This is Leo from our Tabbening line. Is there anything else we can help?
Sure. Would you like me to explain it to you as well?
Please allow me to put you through to our concierge team again.
Okay. All right, so now I've been through
frantic,
two
yeah.
different individuals that have moved me to different teams, and I'm currently waiting on hold to speak to the person that I originally called that you saw. So,
Thank you, Mr. Walker. I'm sorry that they are currently engaged at the moment.
if you could have the concierge call me back, that would be wonderful.
Understood. I'll have time to get back to you shortly.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Bye-bye. That was a pretty
That was quick.
Hello, Sir Ryan.
Sorry, Mr. Walker, we have a call just now. Yes, how may I assist you with the Chinese lantern?
Yes, thank you. I wanted to surprise a friend of mine with a Chinese lantern kind of display in the room. I was wondering if there was any way you had the ability to set up maybe a miniature Chinese lantern or something like that. That would be fun.
Yes, so you would like us to just buy it for you and then display in the room, right?
I trust you. You know, whatever you think would look good in the room.
Because we still need the time to find the paper lantern, of course. So let me just quickly chat with my team and then we will find a way to do it. It's okay.
Thank you so much. Bye now.
All right, so
Does-
rough start, being bounced around. It's a customer service call. It did start to seem like a fairly regular experience for so-called customer service, but they redeem themselves in the end. This is starting to seem more familiar in terms of what you expect with the Ritz-Carlton. That you can call their concierge and ask them for practically anything, and they will move mountains to get it done.
Sound like they might be able to accommodate it, or at least they're going to try. So maybe we'll get a chance to have some lanterns in the room. Now let's talk about the service generally around the hotel. All of the staff here address you by your last name, escort you anywhere you need to go at any time, and overall are very attentive. In the restaurant, the service is the same. It's very high-end, very hands-on, but a little bit slow. I think
sparkling tea.
The service is the same. It's very high-end.
Shui Shan tea with bergamot and jasmine, and it's served in a champagne bottle. Interesting. I do like champagne, or sparkling wine, and of course I love tea. I'm an Englishman after all. I think I would love this. I should like to try this sometime.
And very hands-on, but a little bit slow. I think they're just giving you some time to see the views and to soak in the atmosphere.
I think his American is showing. He's used to not only good customer service, but also fast service. And yeah, I don't know. Most of the world just doesn't operate that way. You'd expect it to just be a bit more patient than that. So this may be culture clash going on here.
There isn't really a text-based system, or maybe there is, they just haven't been using it with me. I haven't noticed much else in the way of additional services or things that sometimes we've seen at other hotels. Overall, I've been pleased with how the staff have been treating us during the stay and cannot wait to see how they respond to that service test.
Kind of like Italy, where the service is slow, but the food is fantastic. Yeah, they make it worth the wait. And we can see that, for the most part, it's worth the wait here.
Very, very nice. On a quick, fast turnaround for a short notice, this is really a great effort. So it looks like they put out some champagne. We have this little lion plushie, and of course, the welcome sign. For me, this definitely passes the service test. They really wanted to make sure we felt welcome here.
But wait, is that supposed to be the Chinese lantern, the little stringer thingy? That also, they misspelled welcome. They got the O and the C in the wrong positions. I mean, it's cute. High marks for effort, but...
in Hong Kong, even if it was misspelled. Let's give this hotel
oh, good, he noticed.
an official service score.
Yeah, but where's the actual Chinese lantern? I mean, we were promised bloody Chinese lanterns. They tried, yeah.
Technically, this hotel hit all of the service marks for a luxury hotel, from the service test being passed to the breakfast showing up on time. The staff have been attentive, supportive, the front door staff are great, but nothing really left a lasting impression for me. At other luxury hotels, I've built personal relationships with the staff. You know them by name and they know yours. That wasn't really the case here.
You don't sound convinced. Yeah, this is really turned into a mixed bag, and it's sad because I really expected better. You know, if money is no object and I myself are going to stay somewhere, but if I were going to, you know, recommend a hotel for good friends to stay at, where, you know, again, money was no object, I would default to the Ritz-Carlton. But seeing this in Hong Kong, definitely would not recommend the Ritz-Carlton Hong Kong. Some of these things are deal breakers for me. I don't know, I can be a bit more demanding.
At the Ritz-Carlton. It's a little bit more formal and corporate. With all of that in consideration, I gave the service a 7.5 out of 10.
Mid.
Down in the Valet, the Ritz-Carlton has...
Oof. I don't know if these are hotel fleet vehicles or if these are someone's personal vehicles, but you have the sort of clientele you would expect at the Ritz. Rolls-Royce Phantom. I think that's a Bentley Arnage.
Has similar house cars to that of the Peninsula in Hong Kong. The only difference is these ones aren't green. Now, these can pick you up and take you anywhere you want to go in the city for $293 per hour. And the valet is included in your stay. Now, I want to talk a bit about the...
Nearly $300 an hour to rent a Rolls or a Bentley? That sounds about right. You chatter like a cat when you get excited. I'll have my moments.
Value of that stay. So the price point of this hotel is on par with other luxury hotels in the area, and you do have access to some incredible spaces. However, all of the dining options, the house car options, all have a little bit of a premium because it is the Ritz-Carlton and because of the size and positioning of this building. But generally speaking, I do think it's worth it, if not just to stay in one of the tallest hotels in the world. And now we're starting to get into the it factor. So the it factor is the value, the location, and the indescribables of a hotel. So here at the Ritz-Carlton, the location is really prime. Almost every single window in this building has an incredible view of Hong Kong. So what better way to give this a final it factor score than to go one more time all the way to the top? The views from this tower, the incredible height that we're at, it is just jaw-dropping. Now, I've reviewed other hotels like the Signal in South Korea that also are very high. However, this used to be the highest hotel in the world, and it sets a lot of records for the highest indoor pool, the highest indoor bar, for example. So there are quite a lot of things to bring home and tell your friends and family about. That's really at its core what the it factor is. I gave the it factor an 8 out of 10. And that was the Ritz-Carlton here in Hong Kong and the end of our tower climb. I definitely recommend to stay here, although there may be even stronger options in the city of Hong Kong that I have on my channel. If you add all of the scores together throughout this review, I gave the Ritz-Carlton Hong Kong a 37.5 out of 50. Unfortunately, it is time to check out. Thanks so much for watching. I'm Ryan Walker.
C-grade.
We'll see you on the next one.
Okay. So, ranking below the Wynn in Las Vegas and the Signal in South Korea. And tying with the Ritz-Carlton Dorado Beach, but does better than Disney's Aulani and the Aubergé Bishop's Lodge. Interesting. All right. We'll go ahead and drop that into... Let me give that a subscribe while we're at it. Right, let's go back to Japan, everyone. Let's go back to Japan. I lost my passport. Well, get a new one. But let's keep on the luxury theme. It's not exactly a castle in the sky, but it is a castle. This is from Travel Geek. We're going to be visiting a $350 luxury hot spring hotel. And it looks like you're staying in a castle. 3, 2, 1, go! Honestly, seems nicer than the Ritz-Carlton. This was filmed back in late May 2024. About a year and a half ago. We're in Namba in Osaka, Japan. We're going to visit Shirahama, a famous resort town located in the south of Wakayama Prefecture. And stay at a very unique hotel. It's easier to travel there by bus, and it's cheaper compared to going by train. Only about $23 US from Osaka to Shirahama. It takes about 3.5 hours to get there. Lovely views. Here we are approaching the resort area. And here we are in Shirahama. A lovely beach town. You not only have the beach, but you've also got famous hot springs. Perfect sort of resort town. Sort of place I could probably retire to. There's a free foot bath on the beach. It's a rather interesting collab. I'll get used to that. Wouldn't be a bad retirement spot. It really wouldn't. The name Shirahama translates into English as White Beach. You know, because of the white sand on the beach. It's one of the most famous beach resorts in Japan, especially for the Kansai area. So without further ado, we head to today's hotel. There's a free shuttle bus between Shirahama Station and the hotel. Bit of a bumpy ride though. And there it is. Welcome to the Hotel Calacu. Like entering some gate to a Chinese fortress. Very grand looking sort of hotel. This is the hotel lobby, chat. Like a Hindu temple or a mosque or something. Though in this day and age that may not necessarily be a compliment. This entire hotel costs about $400 million to construct. Hotel Calacu holds a Guinness World Record as the largest continuous gold ceilings. That is a lot of gold. Each pillar cost $1 million. That is an odd flex indeed. You can also see the hotel staff uniform used when the hotel opened in 1991. And pretty cool uniforms. Bit of an Egyptian vibe to them. Rather interesting. Elegant. The Hotel Calacu was originally a ryokan. It first opened back in 1949. Then they renovated it in 1991 in a completely new style, and it became the area's most luxurious hotel. Quite the fusion of different cultures, as you'll see. You've got Western, Chinese, and the floor of the lobby is in the style of a Roman mosaic. The tiles were created by Italian craftspeople. And after check-in, you can enjoy complimentary drinks and snacks. You even got some booze. Location of the hotel is amazing. Right, now we're going up to the 7th floor. Really does seem like you're staying in some sort of modern castle. Hotel Calacu has only suite rooms. There's no standard hotel rooms anywhere on property. We booked the Calacu suite, Japanese and Western style rooms, so a bit of a fusion of both. Accommodation fee, including 2 meals, it's about $350 US. They still use mechanical keys. This is impressive. Entry hall. You get an actual entry hall. That is grand. Since it's a fusion of Japanese and Western, you have to take your shoes off in some areas. And others, you don't really have to. It consists of 2 individual rooms, 1 bedroom, a bathroom, and a restroom. 2 of them are Japanese, or washitsu. Lovely view. All rooms at Kawakyu have seaside views like this. And here's the bedroom. That carpet looks really plush. So it's a touch of Western style within Japanese style. 2 single beds. You get yukatas you can wear around the hotel. I'd be disappointed to book a beach hotel just to not see any beaches. Happens more often than you think, unfortunately. And here is the water closet. Lights will turn on automatically. And the lid lifts up automatically. Brilliant. It's a Lixil brand bidet toilet seat. It's not Toto. Oh, that is clever. Right, now the bathroom. And you get a proper dressing area. Honestly, this feels like a bathroom at someone's house. Then here is the bathtub and shower. Doesn't look too special, but I mean, it looks comfy. But you go to an onsen, you want to bathe in the onsen. Here we have our fridge. Looks like you get a freezer too. Electric kettle, tea set. Welcome tea, some snacks. This is Kagero. It's one of the most popular Wakayama confectionaries. It's a butter sand cream, but softer. Cameraman likes it. Almost looks like a fancy version of a Twinkie. You also get 2 bottles of mineral water. I don't believe something like this exists in Japan. Like something out of a dream or a fantasy. It'd be rather fun walking around this hotel. You can find damn near anything in Japan, I know, right? That lobby lounge, that's gorgeous. Kawakyu is, as described, a castle of dreams built by bringing together the craftsmanship of top artisans from around the world. Space of the main lobby is breathtaking. So this was filmed in May and we just heard Christmas carols on the piano. What serendipitous timing we have reacting to this video chat. They knew we'd be watching this in December in 2025. Yeah, absolutely impeccable timing. Roof tiles are made out of the same lapis lazuli roof tiles as those used on the Forbidden City in Beijing. Well, that's interesting. Castle walls designed with bricks made by the British company Ibstock. Really have selected the best of the best. It really stands out, the hotel in this neighborhood area, because of just the whole shape. It's like a European castle from nowhere in particular. Kind of has a Ghibli film vibe in some ways. It's not exactly English architecture, Scottish architecture. Though I do sense maybe some Scandinavian vibes here and there. Along with, oddly enough, some Art Deco vibes. It's almost like if you asked Frank Lloyd Wright to design a castle, that might be what he would come up with. You can also rent fishing gear from the hotel for about $14. Ah, there's a chair in the lift. There's an inner hotel museum on the lower floors. It's open to the public, even if you aren't staying at the hotel. Oh, that's nice. Oh, that's lovely. The red sun. Sala Celeberti. And now we arrive at the modern art exhibit. Though I'm immediately starting to wish we didn't. That looks like a conference room rather than an art gallery. Oh, a banquet hall actually used when Kamakyo was a ryokan. That looks lovely. I love those chandeliers. Those are gorgeous. Also got old lacquerware that was used from the time. Special appearance by Felix Rex. Little cameo there. Oh, cameraman just got married recently. Congratulations. The new missus recommended Kamakyo to our cameraman, so very good to know about this hotel. He married a smart cookie, he did. Ah. 7 p.m, time for the King's Buffet. And as we like to call it around Castle Rexworth, dinner. Staff makes signature meals right in front of you, like tempura, beef steak. Those are some nice looking cuts of beef. Oh, the marbling on those meats. Oh.
Not.
Those pots contain matsutake mushroom with dashi soup. They've also got sushi made right there on the spot. Funny, I just had steak tonight. Wifey was craving it. Also, first time I broiled a steak too. Oh, really? I assumed it turned out excellent as usual. Ooh. All you can drink wine for $21. Hell yeah. Oh yeah, garlic studded steak and a broil. Fantastic. Ooh. I like the sound of that. I'm sorry, all you can drink? What is this magical place? Near Osaka, apparently. Oh, that beefsteak. That looks really, really good. Bit small, but still good. Oh, Kuroge Wagyu beef. We're in Shirahama, so can't miss the fresh seafood. Sushi looks really good. It's either amazing or a disaster waiting to happen. It's got a cooking performance on the next level. It's creating blue fire using brandy. Brilliant. And from that fantastic show you just saw, you get that dessert. Ice cream with, I believe that's brandied cherries. Overall, dinner was amazing, but our cameraman is in need of one extra stomach. Definitely coming back again. Also, those archers. I am in love with those archers. Oh, darts live too! So if you practice enough in the Yakuza games, you can put your skills to the test IRL. You also got some vending machines, bit of table tennis. That's supposed to be the gym with the one lonely treadmill. There's a pool. It's open till 10 p.m. Reminds me of an episode of Hell's Kitchen. Oh, the thing with the fire brandy. Though it's a hotel, Kawakyu allows guests to wear a bathrobe, a yukata, around the property. Go to the hot spring. Normally, you'd expect to have to, adhere to some sort of dress code, but, since the hot spring is there, as long as you're in your yukata, you're fine. There's unlimited wine for $21. No one is watching their figure. Can't exactly record video inside the hot spring, but cameraman reports best one he's ever tried. Conquistadore. And it is the next morning, 7 a.m. It looks like it's been raining. Yes, indeed, it has been raining. You even get a morning newspaper delivered. If you still read newspapers. When is the last time we read a newspaper? It's been years for me. Anyway, let's go down to breakfast. Sashimi. Sukiyaki. French toast. Oui, oui, monsieur Baguette. Marie Chevalier du Chevy Corvette. French toast. You could even grill mackerel fish yourself. They'll even make you an omelette on the spot. Don't get French on me, Rex. I could never. It is our cameraman's opinion that the Japanese-style omelette is one of the most difficult to make. They even make fresh onigiri. Rice balls with your favorite ingredient. You pick it out, they make it there on the spot. Fresh grilled fish and eggs reminds me of my honeymoon. Reminds me of my honeymoon too. You know, when I was married. That is a bloody good-looking breakfast. Da 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 da. Cameraman really loves his sukiyaki. Seafood don was also amazing. Caviar looks pretty good. Getting hungry, right? They've also got King's melon juice. 100% freshly squeezed melon juice. Possibly from the leftovers of the dinner buffet. We don't know. But it's melon juice. It's good. And it's good for you. It's too bad the weather's shit today. Yeah, the weather is really shit today. But overall, the verdict is one of the best hotels that our cameraman would love to try again. It's almost as though God is sad that he has to leave. We weep for the fact that we cannot take up permanent residency here. Anyway, next we take a local bus, go on to a famous sightseeing area where the weather has started to clear up. Sandenbecky Rock Cliff. Yes, truly a sad day. There was much weeping and gnashing of teeth. This is a 50-meter tall rock wall that stretches 2 kilometers to the south. Scenic beauty, naturally made. Honestly, looks like something out of a film. If I didn't know it was Japan, I'd almost be convinced it was in the Scottish Highlands or something. And then you've got this cave here, enshrining the god of water. There's a rumor any wish can be granted here. One wonders if it's really true. Visiting this cave, it is said, gives you the power for living life. In other words, it's a power spot. Or maybe one of those healing checkpoints, like in a video game. Sandenbecky Cave was a hiding place for the Kumano army during the Genpei War. It was one of Japan's largest civil wars. was back in the 12th century? The army, after all, contributed to the Genji family when in against the Taira family. Possibly thanks to divine intervention of the god that resides in this cave? Maybe? We'll never know. God! The cats are supposed to be very friendly to strangers around here. Neko-chan. The missus is a cat person. Our cameraman's more of a dog person. And now it sits, and it waits. Several other scenic landscapes in Shirahama. That's Ingetsu Island. We may get to see the sunset within the ring in the middle. I don't know if I call that an island, more like an islet, maybe. And then a replica of the Statue of Liberty. Smaller than the one that you find in Odaiba in Tokyo. And now at Tore Ichiba, it's the town's most popular seafood market. Lots of tourists and locals mingling about. The seafood here is genuinely fresh, beloved by the locals. Everyone wants a taste of that American freedom trademark. There's a large food court in Tore Ichiba, where the seafood is guaranteed fresh, no doubt. Apparently, there is a takoyaki stand here where former Prime Minister Boris Johnson paid a visit. I'm sure his attempt at takoyaki was about as shitty as, you know, the time he was Prime Minister of the UK. The great thing about this one is you get big octopus bits in it. 6 pieces, $5 and change. Takoyaki sauce, mayonnaise, dried bonito, and nori seaweed generously placed on top. The texture, reportedly awesome. No contest for bigger octopus bits for takoyaki. Oh, it's got a pizza place. That looks like good pizza. Oh, that's it for this one. Give that a like. Oh, rock, scissors, paper. 1, 2, 3. Rock! If you had paper, you win. Right, there's the link in the chat for everyone. You won! You win! Perfect! Oh. One more from Travel Geek, everyone. One more. We got to get this one. We're going to ride a train. A spot-on announcer impression. Thank you. Okay, we got to get this one. This one's good. We're going to ride a train, everyone. Not just any train. The train of all time. The one that you grew up with, the one you love, the one you read children's stories about. We are going to take a ride on Thomas the Tank Engine. Oh, here he comes, and he's got Annie and Clarabelle. Well, actually got more than Annie and Clarabelle. No way. Yes way. We're doing it, chat. We're taking a ride on Thomas. And there's Bertie Bus. Oh, I love this. Alright. This was filmed late July 2023, so we're going back a few years. It's 7:30 AM, and we are at Tokyo Station in Marunouchi, in Japan. We're going to be visiting the Thomas village in Shizuoka Prefecture. That's not its official title, that's just what the cameraman calls it. But firstly, we've got to move over to Shizuoka, and for that we've got to hop a train here at Tokyo Station. Honestly, I would just use my Suica card. You can use the Shinkansen if you want, but we're going to go on the local slow trains instead today. Travel 111 miles in 3 hours, 8 minutes. $23.80 US. Fairly cheap if you just use local trains. But we will be traveling first class on the local trains. Commuter trains from Tokyo usually have a green class, which are the paid seats. I believe that's what that logo... Yeah, green car, the little four-leaf clover. 2 cars out of 15 are green class with the paid seats. We paid about 800 yen for a seat. And we leave Tokyo promptly at 8:09 AM. Time to chill out with breakfast on the train. Let's chill out with zero gravity. Does that mean if you drink that, you're going to start floating mid-air? And we've also got a shrimp and broccoli sandwich. Our cameraman calls it the best combination ever. We, the audience, are not so sure. There's also a catering service attendant on board, too. There's also power outlets. Even have a bathroom and wash basin on board. 800 yen and you get a comfortable ride on a somewhat cramped commuter train in Tokyo? I mean, as long as it's comfortable. Ah, the majesty of the Pacific Ocean. Mind the gap between the train and the platform. Ah, K-cars. Possibly coming soon to an American dealership near you. We're now in the Tokaido line, Japan's first ever built railway line connecting Tokyo, Osaka and Kobe. stretches just over 366 miles. Can't wait for the K cars to get here. I would love to test drive a Suzuki Alto. That to me would be a fun little K car. Hard to believe that this used to be the only way you could get by train from Tokyo to Osaka before the Shinkansen. And talk of which, off it goes. And here we are, arriving in Shizuoka. It's 11:16 a.m. We decided to have lunch at a stand-up soba restaurant, Fujimi Soba, right here on the train platform. You simply put in your money and buy a ticket at the vending machine. Expenses your change, grab your ticket, take it over to the counter, place it there, and wait. Tsukimi Soba, 470 yen, or about $3.20. Tsukimi means moon viewing. That looks really good. It's soba noodles with a cracked egg. Those of you who may be wondering, it is safe to eat raw eggs in Japan. No real worries about salmonella poisoning or anything. Our next destination is Shinkanaya Station in Shizuoka Prefecture. From Shizuoka Station to Shinkanaya Station, we'll take a chartered bus, leaving at 12:30. There's Bulgy. Oh, so we're riding Bulgy. He only had like one appearance. And he was actually a bit of a baddie. That both Oliver and Duck had to contend with for one story. But anyways, we'll ride Bulgy for an hour to get over to the station. With a name like that, I can see he had so little appearance. Yeah, they got turned into a hen house eventually. Because he was so tall, he got stuck under a bridge. There's no AC in Bulgy, unfortunately. Just oscillating fan. Our cameraman is sweating bullets. Because it is fairly warm this time of year. What a guided tour today. First take the Bulgy bus to Shinkanaya Station. You ride Thomas between Shinkanaya and Ieeyama Station, round trip. Then you come back to Shizuoka Station on Bulgy again. The whole guided tour costs about $96.60, or 13,800 yen. Bit expensive, but you get to ride Thomas. I think it's worth it. at that price. Here's the Oigawa River. Around the area there's the Oigawa Railway, and that's where they operate Thomas. So, welcome to the Japanese Thomas village. The bus and the trains and the tours, pretty good deal, yeah. The Oigawa Railway is a small private railway company. Only has about just over 40 miles of truck distance. But they operate steam locomotive trains to this day, and it attracts a lot of people from around Japan. I feel a good old vibe here. Definitely in the countryside now. And here we are arriving at Shinkanaya Station, 1:45 p.m. I see the coaches. I see Annie Clarabelle and the rest of them. There he is. There's our engine of the hour. There's Thomas. Yeah. It is every child, everyone who used to be a child, it's their dream come true. That is brilliant. 7 coaches in total. So definitely not confined to just Annie and Clarabelle. The actual steam locomotive was built back in 1942 and then got renovated as Thomas in 2014. It's over 80 years old, but it still looks like a brand new train. Even if you're not on a guided tour, you can just come here and take a ride on Thomas. $23.80 for one person, about 3,400 yen. You can almost hear them saying, "Get in quickly, please." It's all booth-type seating. These are old coaches for sure, so... You got a wash basin, about it. It's all fairly well worn. And there's the toilet. Nothing fancy. The one here, yeah, that doesn't exactly look like the cleanest. Staff is recommending you just use the bathrooms at the station. Party in Shinkanaya, 2:14 p.m. It's our cameraman's first time to ride a steam locomotive. Amazing that there's still at least some of them running to this day. Because they can be rather difficult to maintain sometimes. You see a lot of locals getting the ride, waving at you as you go by. This particular railway has had a deep connection with the town for over 100 years. Oh, it's wonderful. And I mean, what a way to keep it alive. Oh, there's Bertie! Oh, that's brilliant. And all the children saying hello to Bertie. That's adorable. Lucky that they are, because it's not just difficult to maintain, but people with the know-how, rare, yeah. Yeah, it takes some skill, it takes quite a unique knowledge set to maintain and work on these. Oh, you see Hiddo and Percy and James. Ah, we're running along the Oigawa River. Ah, lovely. Though the river looks like it's a bit low. Right, anything off the trolley, dear? No, thanks, I'm all set. We'll take the lot. Let's see, what sort of goodies do they have? They sell Thomas and Oigawa Railway merch and snacks. Our cameraman splurged. Spent 1,600 yen on snacks. All of them Thomas related. Dorayaki. Oh, that looks delicious. Japanese pancake sandwich with red bean paste inside. The red bean paste itself is sweet, so don't let that fool your chat. It is delicious. Also got castella cakes with custard cream inside. That sounds tasty. Always wondered what red bean paste tasted like. Always thought it was bitter. Oh no, it's sweet. But it's a light sweet. It's not very heavy. It's not very sugary. And definitely accents like the pancake there just perfectly. Oh, there's Bertie again. And all the kids are excited to see Bertie. You can always hear them saying, Thomas, how about a race? I bet I can beat you now. Da 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 da. And you got the motorcyclist waving to everyone. Amazing how Thomas and Bertie can just bring out the absolute best in people. Just all the kindness, all the friendliness. It just goes to show you the sort of positive influence it is when children are read Thomas stories when they're little. Talk of which, I need to record another volume of the Railway Cities. fairly soon. I think it's time for some more reading ASMR. There's Thomas from the back. It's 2:48 p.m. and arriving at Ieyama Station. Looks like Bertie already beat us there. So for this particular train, this station serves as the terminus, so now we'll go back to Shinkayama Station. Cold beer and some salty snacks. It's not just kids' stuff after all. Oh, that's a non-alcoholic beer. With an appetizer. What, how do you open the bottle? I don't do that, that hurts. Oh, there's a bottle opener there. Brilliant. No, not like that. Yeah, that way. There you are. Go on. Oh, there you have it. Cheers. There, that would... Ow. Hey. Mind your camera. Crunchy pretzel-like corns with savory seasonings. That sounds tasty. Goes very well with a drink. Would probably go even better with an Asahi that actually had alcohol in it. (2:59 p.m), time to leave Ieyama Station. Lots of locals stopping by to say goodbye. Such a friendly lot here in this town. Oh, there's the motorcyclist from earlier. Oh, he's a friendly sort of chap, isn't he? Hello. Ah, there's Bertie Bus again. Motorcyclists zoom off Kamen Rider style. Oh, they even sell toys. I'd be tempted to buy some. I'm not going to lie. There goes Bertie once again. It's almost like he's trying to have a race. And old Bertie is just as popular with the kids as Thomas. Very nostalgic vibes on this train. Oh, and they even had a James steam locomotive at one point. That's interesting. Unfortunately, it did not survive a typhoon that hit the Oigawa area in June 2022. Only Thomas survived. That's pretty sad. Typhoon number 15 caused pretty serious damage to the town. Most of the railways got destroyed. Yes, F in chat for the fallen trains. So that's why the train makes a round trip between Shinkanaya and Ieyama Station. The railroad after Ieyama Station has not been rebuilt. The people in town must be glad Thomas runs like this and brings in new guests after a partial recovery. hope we'll be able to travel the full Oigawa railway line someday. And here's hoping that James can be salvaged. Normally you can't open windows on trains, but it's nice of them they actually let you open the windows on this one. Just given that it's a steam locomotive, may not want to keep it open for too long, you know, given the soot and everything. But it helps for ventilation. Makes you feel more like you're riding on a proper train. Starting to slow down. Coming back again to Shinkanaya Station. 3:27 p.m. Right on time and really reliable. But what would you expect from a really useful engine like Thomas? And some of the kids can't stop crying because they don't want to leave. They want to keep riding on Thomas forever and ever. The poor dears. I mean, I can't really blame them. I'd probably want the same myself. Is it just me? It reminds me of every Thomas meme. It was time for Thomas to leave. He had seen everything. Ah, and now we get to see him back down onto the turntable. We know the eyes do move, because I noticed he was looking off to the right and to the left earlier. Alright, well done, drivers. I know you're working really hard. I can only imagine how hot that cab gets in the summertime. At Shinkanaya Station, you can enjoy shopping in the Thomas merch shop. I'd probably have to get one of those t-shirts. I really would. Ah, there's Bulgy waiting for us. Bulgy does appear as though he's been sweating quite a bit. And yes, this is an actual bus that was used in the United Kingdom. Got it specially imported. Supplied and prepared by the London Bus Export Company. And there's a chicken. There's a chicken on a bus. Because if you've read the stories or maybe seen the television show, Bulgy does, spoiler alert, eventually get turned into a hen house. It looks like they've had other engines get turned into Thomas characters. There's Rusty. Yeah, definitely a bumpy ride. Of course the chickens were well behaved on the bus. Yes. Our cameraman was starting to get some motion sickness, so he had to go downstairs to the bottom level. But despite the motion sickness, an overall lovely experience. Well worth the price. And lastly, we wrap up the day eating at Shizuoka's best steakhouse, Sumiyaki. If it's crowded, you may be waiting in a queue of up to 3 hours to get in. Easy to see why. The signature is the Jinkotsu Hamburg steak. About $8.80. Look at that. Ooh, that looks good. Sumiyaka's a chain restaurant limited to Shizuoka but famous all around Japan. I wonder what that is. Oh, a patty of ground beef with some onion dressing. That sounds wonderful. Comes with onions, sweet potato, broccoli, potato. Come on, cameraman, what's the verdict? It looks good, but how does it taste? Oh, the inside of the patty can be a bit rare compared to ordinary Hamburg steak. So, you know, if you're into that sort of thing, great, but if not, might want to ask them to cook it longer. But, happy to report, taste and texture were fabulous. Hands down, best Hamburg steak our cameraman has ever eaten. Reminds me of this lemon beef gravy I tried recently. Odd mix, but it's really good. That does sound good. Ah. Next day, we go train spotting. And there goes Thomas. And Annie and Clarabelle and the rest of the coaches. Like he's been assisted by an electric rail car. I mean, that is a long train, even for Thomas. Right, rock, scissors, paper time. 1, 2, 3. Rock. We got rock again. That was excellent. He always chooses rock. Always on the ones that we end up watching and reacting to. Alright. Getting close to midnight, chat. At least here in the central time zone. It'd be 1 a.m. would I be? Yeah. So getting a bit late. I think we're going to go ahead and call it here. Let's see who we have available that we can send a raid to. Actually, I see that Solartone is... Solartone is currently streaming, playing Baldur's Gate 3, part of our mod crew. So, we will go raid Solartone over on the Twitch side of things. And let's see... Don't really see anybody we can raid on Kick. So we'll just go ahead and sign off for the night on Kick. But there's some copy pasta for everybody. Believe I should be able to squeeze in a Sunday afternoon stream for everyone. And actually, no, you know what? I think we can... I'll find somebody else to raid on over on Kick. But anyways, we'll go ahead and say hello on the Twitter side of things to Solartone, member of my mod crew, longtime friend, been with me from almost from the very beginning. But yeah, all of you have a very lovely evening, enjoy your weekend, and I will see you back here most likely Sunday afternoon. And then we'll do it all over again, hopefully the next weekend. But take care of yourself, everyone. I'm Lord Rexworth, wishing you all the best, and God bless.